Ready? One more minute on here.
Because it was the first time I'd ever been involved in it. You too, that's.
As soon as I see this one go at 5:30 right here on the clock, we'll get started. It is 5:30, and I'm going to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Tate,
Here.
Councilmember Reyes,
Here.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentaries shall be limited to 3 minutes. There is no one in council chambers. Is there anyone virtually?
Your Honor, it doesn't appear that anybody that's attending is raising their hand to speak.
Thank you. We will now move into the City Council closed session items.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 7 items before the council. The first being pursuant to Government Code Section 549.6.8, Council Real Property Negotiators Property, APN 302-130-030 and 302-130-010. Agency Negotiator John Lawless and Michael Knight, Negotiating Party City of Porterville and Mark C. and Virginia Jaggers, under negotiation terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 549.57.6, Council's Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator John Lawless and Patrice Hildreth, Employee Organizations, Porterville City Employees Association, Management and Confidential Series, Public Safety Support Unit, Porterville Peace Officer Association, Porterville City Firefighter Association, Fire Officer Series, and all unrepresented management employees. Item 3, Government Code Section 549.56.95, Liability Claim Claimant Susie Rodriguez, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council Legal Counsel, existing litigation, statewide traffic safety and signs incorporated v. California Professional Engineering et al. And related cross complaints to Tulare County Superior Court case number 284137. Item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 4 cases in which facts are yet not known to potential plaintiff. Item 6, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation in 1 case. And item 7, Government Code Section 54957, threat to public services or facilities, consultation with Chief Jake Costello, Porterville Police Department. Staff report.
Thank you very much. It is 5:32. We will go into closed session. Ready? It is 6:31, and we will reconvene open session and report on any reportable action items taken in closed session.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Would you please join us and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Milt Stowe. You are muted, Councilmember Stowe. Please remain standing for the invocation, and if there's anyone in the audience that would like to lead the invocation.
Guess I'm the invocation lady. Father in heaven, we're thankful for this evening that we can all come together with the city council and listen to things that they propose to do in our city to improve our life, improve our city. We pray, Father, that you'll be with the council members tonight. You'll urge them to make the correct decisions that their voters want and need in their town. We love thee, Father, and thy Son, Jesus Christ, and we ask that you'll bless those people in the Ukraine that are fighting for their country. We pray that you'll bless the men and women in the service, that they won't have to fight this war. We ask, Father, you bless all the first responders in Porterville. Please be with them and keep them safe as they do what they need to do in our city. We love thee, Father, and thy Son, Jesus Christ, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now move into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. There are 4 public hearings this evening. They are numbers 5, 6, 7, and 8 on the agenda. If you are here for those public hearings, please hold your comment until then. You will be given the opportunity to speak then. The timer will go off. You're each given 3 minutes to speak, and when the timer goes off, it'll be the window to open. It'll go off, and someone else will be able to come forward to speak in oral communications. Okay, if there's anybody in the audience that would like to come, please come forward.
I brought a gift for the city council tonight, and I know that the last meeting there were some problems with motions and things like that. So I spent my own money, and I bought you a copy of Robert's Rules Simplified. Everybody that is in office needs to know what's in this book and go buy it when you're passing motions, bringing things up. So I wanted you to have these. I also have a question about Monty Reyes, why he hasn't been to a meeting since January 18th, the night I was arrested. It seems like if you're going to serve as a city council council member, you should show up for your office and do what you need to do in live and not always on Zoom or YouTube. Anyway, we'd like to see you back in the chambers, Monty. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Radine. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward?
Joaquin, 5324 West Westfield, Porterville, California. Do I wait to speak on this Brookside Subdivision
When the public hearing is open.
when the public hearing on
Yeah.
that is over?
When we get to those items, right now we're just doing oral communications on anything that's not scheduled for public hearing.
Okay.
Okay?
You'll hear me later.
Okay, thank
right.
you. You have handouts?
Good evening, council members. My name is Christina Clausen with the Porterville Chamber of Commerce. I have handed Mr. John Lawless some handouts regarding First Friday coffee. Just wanted to remind you, this Friday is our March First Friday coffee at Galaxy Theaters, and I wanted to extend an invitation. We will have our current board of directors there extending an introduction during our event. So I hope to see you all on Friday. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? See that there are none. Oh, please, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is David. I'm with California Medical Imaging Associates. We are a diagnostic medical imaging company that has been here for the past 10 years. We were actually born in Porterville. We've provided over 20,000 diagnostic imaging exams to patients in this town over the past decade. My current situation is we are in the process of developing a new center. We've been in our current one for the past 10 years. And unfortunately, we made an offer on the building that we were in, and it was above market value, and it was purchased by the hospital across the street. So we have made a decision in order to survive by purchasing another building down the street on D in Putnam. We are in the process of getting a building permit. We began this process back in November. We are still in this process, and we're working with the building department and doing the best we can to provide everything that they require. Where we are stuck at the moment, however, is the building department has requested us to make a lot of improvements to the corner, including sidewalks, driveways, and some light posts that go around that corner. I just found out today that the total cost after getting estimates on all of this was over $140,000. The project on the inside for just the renovations is approximately $110,000. So this drastically exceeds our expectations for what we were planning on doing. And this exceeds our budget, and this project can't go forward if we are required to perform all of these needs from the city. We understand that we also would like to dress up this corner, but to be honest, in the past 10 years, we've not done much better than break even in Porterville. We have offices in Madera, Visalia, and Tulare as well. And for the most part, the city of Porterville is predominantly about 80% Medicare, Medi-Cal patients. Our exams are probably about $500 for an MRI. We provide MRI, CT, biopsies, very important exams. And the alternative is about a $1,500 for the same types of exams. So we're a low-cost alternative. Like I said, we don't have the ability to provide these services if we can't move forward without a building permit. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to come forward? Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. I'm Joseph Beaton, hospital laboratory scientist and Visalia resident. A month ago, when coronavirus case counts were down from 198,000 to 70,000, I predicted an all-time low on March 1st. I said, hear me now and praise me later. It's time to praise me. Today's case count was 1,000 cases in the entire state of California. In all of Tulare County and all of the month of February, 0 coronavirus deaths have been reported in our entire county. This council has turned coronavirus into a into a laughing incident. You guys went viral on the internet. You closed down the meeting a month ago when barely anybody was showing up for those meetings. You escorted an old lady out of the chambers and just disgusted the community. I have become very active in my child's school board meetings. If you watch any of the Visalia Unified School District meetings that haven't been deleted, as they've deleted every single meeting in 2021, probably out of disgrace, I'm a very vocal participant. I also have disposable income. If you don't render a formal apology to the lady you have arrested, I will put my resources towards having you people removed. I don't know your names, don't care what your names are. All I know is you people need to be either apologizing or replaced. None of this is scripted. I prepared something of a script to try to give you statistics on what it is that I do, but obviously I'm good at what I do. Very good. On January 15th, I predicted that today the case count would be 2,000. The 7-day case count at that time was 120,000. I posted that all over Facebook. There's no edits to my predictions. I'm very good at predicting, and I'm also very politically minded. I see concern in your eyes. I hope that it's genuine. Again, I know nothing about the workings of this city. All I know is that better people need to be in place, or the people in place need to apologize. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Your comments are appreciated. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward from council chambers? See that there are none. Is there someone on virtually that would like to come on?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please allow that person in. State their name and address for the record.
Good evening, Council. Brock Neely, address on record. First of all, I'd like to respectfully ask that you pull item 3 from the consent calendar for discussion and possible holdover to the next meeting, as the original agenda was sent out with the incorrect information in the staff report. It was changed yesterday without notifying noticing as a amended agenda, which is borderline violation of the Brown Act. The second thing is I would like to read part of Title II of the California Government Code for all those people that think that the mask mandate and everything else wasn't anything that could be enforced. Under Division 1 General, Chapter 7 California Emergency Services Act, Section 8567A, the governor may make, amend, and rescind orders and regulations necessary to carry out the provisions of this chapter. The orders and regulations shall have the force and effect of law. Due to consideration shall be given to the plans of the federal government in preparing the orders and regulations. The governor shall cause widespread publicity and notice to be given to all such orders and regulations or amendments or rescissions thereof. So anybody that's questioning whether the validity of all the mandates and everything had any kind of legal bearing, they have the force of law. Thank you.
No discussion from the public, please. Thank you, Mr. Neely. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to the AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. The first one is the Cal City Policy Committee. That would be mine. All of us attended the meeting virtually. There were approximately 70 members to this committee. The focus and the emphasis is to work on existing policy. My term is a one-year term. We went over the existing policy and guiding principles. We worked with Damon Conklin, who is the legislative representative for the League of Cities, California Cities. In the subject of transportation, there were modifications and changes made to the paragraph supporting bicycle and pedestrian access, discussion to funding with regard to state, local system, such as funding. The other was with regard to the Caltrans Business Logo Program, Public Works. More information was needed, clarity on the issue with Cal Cities to support the inclusion of wildfire mitigation. The changes were made while we were on. It was unanimous to support the changes. We should be receiving the revisions. If not, I will ask for them. I obtained Mr. Conklin's email during the meeting. We adopted the 2022 action agenda to secure funding to increase the supply and affordability of housing and reform state housing laws to retain local authority, attain investments to strengthen and sustain critical infrastructure. This is the one I was assigned to by the region chairman, to advocate for policies that strengthens the conditions of local streets, highways, bridges, public transit, and broadband to improve workforce in economic development. Secure increased funding and resources to prevent homelessness and assist individuals experiencing homelessness. Strengthen disaster preparedness, resiliency, and recovery from climate change impacts through improved collaboration and resources. We were provided with legislative updates. That concludes this report. Our next meeting will be virtual, April the 28th, from 1:30 to 4:30 p.m. That concludes this report. The next one is the Mighty 190 Committee. Councilmember Tate.
Yes, I virtually attended this meeting along with Vice Mayor Carrillo, and it was all virtual. We had our chairperson was Virginia Garola. We also had our city staff involved. We talked about a strategic plan, and the partners in this project are the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. Forest Service, the California Highway Patrol, Tule River Tribal Council, the County of Tulare, Mountain Real Estate Services, the City of Porterville, Porterville Chamber of Commerce, Springville Chamber of Commerce, Porterville Unified School Districts, Tule River Parkway Association, Golden Trout Pack Train, and Tulare County I can't pronounce the word. Birds. Anyway, we have this partnership going with all these different agencies throughout the county, and the goal is to enhance tourism and to modify some of our regions to make this community more welcoming, and also looking at different ways that we can distribute this information to the community. There's a variety of locations, a lot of different groups, and then there was also a suggestion that we take a step back and look at what we accomplished over the 2021 year and then move forward for the next upcoming year. We had different representatives that were basically talking about what goals and how all of this is going to work in unison. And that's really it at this point. We're just starting to get involved with this. This was the first time that I ever actually participated with it, so there's still lots to learn, and I think it's an exciting group. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, you're also a part of this group. Did you want to add to that or make comment?
I'll just add, it was, like Council Member Tate stated, it was our first meeting. But it's really a campaign for outreach to the community on the Mighty 190 for tourism to increase it of, the whole beautiful area. So there are some excellent partners. It was our first meeting, so I'm really looking forward to working with this group. There's already been a lot of work done, but we were able to see a lot of the social media and outreach materials, and just looking forward to contributing and being a part of that.
Thank you very much. Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness. We met on February the 16th. In attendance, we were virtual, were Claudia Calderon and I. No public comments were made. First order of business was to adopt the resolution to allow the Task Force on Homelessness to continue to hold meetings remotely. The minutes of January 19th were approved. I will be providing brief highlights of the meeting. Mr. Noah Whitaker provided updates to Project Roomkey, including an update on the vaccination efforts among residents without housing. A presentation from Rich Tree with the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency regarding potential improvements to transit infrastructure. His focus is to improve mobility throughout Tulare County. He shared that the city of Porterville piloted a new mobility microtransit program, and he hopes to expand this same concept throughout the county. He shared that it is a good fit. Porterville began their program a year ago. He explained the Uber process and how it works with the program. It became the ability to form a partnership and to allow people to book their own trips without that transit call. Claudia Calderon was articulate in providing the report from Porterville. Since the Navigation the Welcome Center opened, there have been an unduplicated number of homelessness through January the 31st of 1,992. They continue to serve between 65 to 85 people daily. They continue to provide the services on Wednesday with link events every other Wednesday. The next event has already passed, which was the February the 23rd. The Link Committee did participate in the point-in-time survey on Wednesday, January the 26th, and on February the 1st. In the Porterville area, there were a total of 29 volunteers representing 11 different organizations. She provided highlight on the permanent local housing allocation and the CDBG action plan and substantial amendment. Tulare and Visalia provided brief status information. All of these information is informative. If you want to go onto the website, on Facebook, video Tulare County Health and Human Services, the Task Force on Homelessness. That concludes this report. The next meeting is March the 16th. I would like to make one comment to my colleagues on the dais. We know that the county has received money for the homeless efforts. It is now time I make the ask as to how much has been received, and we go from there for the area of Porterville to see how we can benefit in this area. That concludes my report. We now go into the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you, Mayor. 3 items to report from the February 17th meeting of the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Actually, there's 4. I volunteered to be on the budget committee. It's budget time, so we'll start to see that word float around at many of our groups as well as the city council. So I'll be on the ad hoc budget committee for the air district again this year. There was an update to the implementation of the Alternatives to Agricultural Open Burning Incentives Program. As you may know, we've been trying to, in the San Joaquin Valley, eliminate agricultural burning for the sake of air quality, trying to have it virtually eliminated by January of 2025. So there have been some adjustments to the incentive program, and one of those was to allow what's called an air curtain burner to be incentivized. It is particularly important where you have embedded wire in agricultural material that is impossible to pull out, and you can't just grind it up. So there needs to be a high temperature, low smoke way to dispose of this material. But that is something that was supposed to be eliminated, but funding was kept for it because, in particular, one of the highest producers of burn material is from the grape industry. And the wine industry is flourishing now, so there's incentives available for the disposal of that. As well as another item, $36,573,008 in cap and trade funding for 2 zero-emission demonstration projects. This will put 50 zero-emission semi-trucks in use in Tracy for the Albertsons Distribution Center, as well as the same number for the Pepsi, which operates in Fresno, and those will use Tesla trucks for the Pepsi Distribution Center and Volvo trucks for the Albertsons Center. So 2 new projects, hoping to get rid of some of that pollution from the trucks that go up and down the freeway system. And there was an update on our emission reduction credit system and to consider an action for the federal offset requirements. Mostly that means we submitted a report that said how we were going to eliminate NOx, which is one of the toxic air values that we try to control. We had identified several credits that were out there from projects that are no longer happening, referred to as orphan credits. So looking at how the credits can be utilized in the most effective way to create incentives, as well as retracting the report about NOx and implementing a far stricter rule, which will help us come into compliance far sooner. So all of that in a nutshell, and I'm available for any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Does council members have any questions? No questions? Thank you. We now move on to the Library Facility Planning Committee.
Yes, there's some great work being done around library services, so I wanted to report the Library Facility Planning Committee met on February 17th at 4:15 p.m. The committee received an update on the new library. City staff have been in negotiations on the site that has been selected as the location of the new library. The city intends for the process to be timely and bring an item before the city council in the upcoming months for approval. Following an agreement, the process of designing the library development will then take place. Another important item we discussed was that staff is working on the California State Building Forward Library Infrastructure Program grant. That application will be for the maximum allowance of $10 million and is due March 14th. Another item we discussed was the committee was shown a map of the rails to trails from Henderson to Olive. That trail will tie in the new future library and multi-sports field site on the south end and the future community center and park on the north end. Lastly, committee member Cervantes provided a library services update. The contractor finished work on the temporary library on December 30th. Staff is now working alongside its cooperative to get the network installed. The furniture is expected to be installed in April, and then staff will begin putting the books on the shelves. The Grab and Go Books program continues 3 days a week in Centennial Park. Staff attended some kinder registration days at the local elementary schools. Also, staff was invited to take part in Read Across America from on March 2nd at Santa Fe Elementary. Our meeting was adjourned at 5:06 p.m. and the next meeting is May 19th. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Next one is the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation Economic Summit. The summit was both in person and virtual. City Manager, I believe Mr. Ridenour, were you in attendance? Yeah, I saw it, okay. And Ms. Calderon, we attended the meeting virtually. Eagle Mountain Casino, Mr. Matt Mangrone welcomed the participants. They were the title sponsors for the event. Mr. Chris Thornburg is the outstanding presenter. You almost have to be a participant to understand and comprehend what he is presenting through his slides. Initially, there were some technical difficulties, but once the program began, you did not lose the content nor the context. The big picture he spoke of, short term, that COVID pandemic is a tragic natural disaster, yet history shows that natural disasters have little long-run economic impact. A quicker than normal recovery was certain. The narrative of miserableism drove fiscal and monetary policy reactions to the crisis that have been excessive and overheating the economy. He went on to share that the long term, that the labor markets have flipped and shortages are here to stay. This has important implications for economic and social policy, and there are no economic new normals from the pandemic. It accelerated underlying trends that were already in place, such as online shopping. Within the presentation, he spoke of the Great Recession versus today, uneven recovery, shipping problems, auto industry, service per sector consumer spending, Omicron highlights, sales tax and spending, owners by housing, renters, percentages of incomes, retail sales, industrial production, unemployment, labor markets, real estate, and that it is a seller's market in real estate. I have attended this summit every year since I have been on council. It is important, and I will encourage the council members who have not attended to do so. This information is valuable and of benefit. That concludes my report. The next one is the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation Board meeting. Mr. Lawless and I attended virtually. I believe Mr. Ridenauer was on as well. The minutes of December the 15th were approved. The financials through January the 31st were detailed and approved. It was noted that the Economic Summit went well. Having an event in person was approximately the $35,000. Revenue, $26,500. It was $5,000 over last year. Updates will be provided to that dollar amount. The project and client services updates. The EDC is now currently managing 41 active project files, up 3 from the last report. Information is current through the fiscal year through February the 15th. Broken down, the carryover from prior fiscal years is 20. New projects to this date, 24. Less the 3 closed inactive are 3. There were 3 projects that were reported as the most active. A used car vehicle company to build a 200,000 square foot site for a vehicle reconditioning and inspection center. It may create 323 new jobs. The Tulare County Economic Development has submitted a proposal. A manufacturing company is seeking 100 to 200 acres of greenfield or brownfield land to convert waste forest biomass into pellets. It may create 85 jobs. The TCEDC has sent out an RFI. A manufacturing biotechnology company is seeking 2 to 3 acres to build a 30 to 40,000 square foot demonstration plant. This plant would be part of a larger future site, later to expand. It may create 40 new jobs initially. Later, it could create approximately 500. Tulare County Economics sent out the RFI. Erica de Oliveira reported and provided the committee a slideshow presentation of International Economic Development Summit that she attended. The CEO provided highlights. He said that there were 175 who attended the summit in person, and in addition to those who attended virtual, that is 90 over last year, which was all virtual. A thank you to everyone who attended, and the recap is online. He updated and provided information with Build to Earn Challenge grant. Then he made another comment to highlight the Community Economics Resilience Fund with ARPA. He said he was working with Mr. Adam Peck of the Workforce Investment Board to help with some economic development policy that he would like, and he would like to see some of that funding come through to the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. That concludes my report. Our next meeting is Wednesday, March 23rd. We will now move on into the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee. Councilmember Reyes?
Thank you, Mayor. Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee met on the 23rd of February, primarily just to get an update on the progress and the process that is happening now, as well as an update on the previous 2 licenses. So as you may recall, there last meeting, we had some public comment in regard to an applicant, and we're in the process of looking at timelines and hope to bring something to the council sometime soon. And would ask Mr. Lawless if there's anything that I missed.
No, there will be an appeal heard by the city council at its next meeting on March 15th.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The next one is the Eagle Mountain Casino relocation meeting. We met on February the 25th, and it was a continuing dialogue and conversation as to where the casino, the status of the casino, and they provided us with highlights as to where it is that they were going to go, and brief conversation to what was opening day, and that discussion is going to continue. The next one is the Porterville Area Development Authority. Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you. The Porterville Area Development Authority, also known as PADA, met on February 25th. We took action to allow the further use of technology to have virtual meetings. We also underwent an annual reorganization, and currently I'll serve as president. Gary Santos will serve as vice president, and Shine Nato will serve as secretary. So that'll be the slate for the next year. We received an update on the progress of the tertiary treatment plant. As was stated at the meeting, there continues to be cooperation between the contractors and those planning it, as well as the city staff, to try to make things as smooth as possible. One of the things that we also were considering was the first round of reimbursements for the project. And as we know, the JPA or PADA is a very unique body, and to have the product that we're trying to complete, which is a tertiary treatment plant, is also another unique product. So the importance of having the reimbursement process, the protocols for that in place are fairly important. So it was determined at the board that we'll need some extra time for those reimbursements to be examined, and that's our staff will be verifying those documents, and we'll call an emergency meeting if need be. If not, we will re-examine those reimbursements as well as any other requests at a future meeting. And I believe there was a discussion about a retention basin, and we have an action. I believe we have something on the agenda that has to do with that, and some inquiries from the state. But that about wraps it up for that meeting.
Thank you very much. The next one is the Tulare County Association of Governments, and I'm going to carry that one over to the next council meeting. Then the next one would be the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency, which would have been Councilmember Stowe, but I think there were some technical difficulties to access the meeting, so I am aware of that. And I just want, thank you so much. I just want to make a note, and these are the committees that we serve on, and we report them out so that the public can hear them. And I know that some of them get a little lengthy, but we try to provide as much information as possible, and I thank you for your time in listening to us. We now move into the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council.
Your Honor, I would like to pull item number 3.
And actually, if staff can withdraw that, and we'll bring that back to council later.
Oh, we are withdrawing that item, so
Great.
it is
Okay.
removed and it will be brought back. So, council, 1, 2, and 4.
In that case, I make a motion to approve items 1, 2, and 4, unless there's some kind of
A motion by Councilmember Stowe,
I'll second.
A second by Councilmember Reyes. Call for a vote, please.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Councilmember Reyes,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Corlo,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now go into the public hearings, and I just want to remind that this is the time when we open the public hearing for the item, that you will be given 3 minutes of your time for this. And again, that's when we open the public hearing for the item. The first one is number 5.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 4 public hearings that have been scheduled for this evening. The first is consider a public hearing, conduct a public hearing for the review and adoption of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, and Mr. Knight will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, and council members. The 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, which I will refer to as the plan through the remainder of my report, is a requirement of the Urban Water Management Plan Act. The Act defined the Department of Water Resources as a responsible state agency for reviewing and filing the plan updates every 5 years. Therefore, plan submittals are required under the California Water Code and are required to obtain state-administrated grants and loans related to infrastructure projects and drought assistance. The plan applies to urban water suppliers with 3,000 or more service connections being served or supplying more than 3,000 acre-feet of water annually, which the city of Porterville meets this criteria with more than 17,000 service connections and supplies more than 10,000 acre-feet of water annually. The purpose of the plan is to assist in resource planning and to ensure adequate water supplies for future use and to establish guidelines during drought conditions. The plan integrates local, regional land use planning, regional water supply infrastructure, and demand management projects, as well as statewide issues of concern like climate change and regulatory revisions. The plan gathers and characterizes water-related information from numerous sources into a plan with local, regional, statewide practical utility. The plan addresses system and service area descriptions, demand management projects and projections through 2040, water supply availability in normal, single dry, and multi-dry years, ensures consistency with local groundwater sustainability agencies and their groundwater sustainability plan in which the city's service area consists of. Water supply reliability by conducting a drought risk assessment to assess water supply reliability or vulnerability for a period of drought lasting 5 consecutive years, including a discussion of climate change impacts and procedures on conducting annual water shortage assessments. Currently, staff has been providing monthly production reports to council with an internal monitoring of water table evaluations. The plan also describes demand management measures with the Water Shortage Contingency Plan or Water Conservation Plan, water use efficiency, water recycling programs or projects, demonstrating the agency's ability to meet SBX 7-7 2020 target. The report progresses towards meeting a targeted 20% reduction in per capita urban water consumption by the year 2020. It makes additions and/or revisions related to making conservation a California way of life, requirements of new water use targets anticipated to be established and staff currently working on in 2022. The plan presented tonight will serve as an update to the 2015 plan, providing calculations on the city's performance and implementation efforts in the form of average water use in gallons per capita day by a baseline across a 10-year period beginning in 2001. The city's 10-year baseline from 2001 through 2010 was 195 gallons per capita day. The 2015 plan set an interim target of 187 gallons per capita day with a 10-year baseline. The 2020 reduction target was defined as 179 gallons per capita day for the hydraulic region. The city yielded a GPCD, or gallons per capita day, that exceeded the target at 130 gallons per capita day as per the 2015 plan. The 2020 plan sets a confirmation target of 179 gallons per capita day as per the 10-year baseline and the 2020 reduction target of 179 gallons per capita day for the hydraulic region. The city reported in this report an actual gallons per capita day of 133 gallons per capita day, which exceeded the confirmation target again for the 2020 plan. This was achieved by the implementation of water conservation measures executed in the 2010 plan, included in the 2015 plan, and continues to be defined in the 2020 plan, outlined in Appendix I. Efforts were achieved through community conservation and operational efficiencies. Staff's recommendation is to conduct a public hearing and receive public comment prior to City Council's adoption of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan. Direct staff to incorporate comments where appropriate, subject to non-substantive changes. Adopt the draft resolution adopting the city's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan. Submit the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan to the Department of Water Resources, the California State Library, and Tulare County, and make the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan available to the public for review within 30 days after filing a copy of the plan with the Department of Water Resources. That concludes my staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that report. I think council will defer holding questions to, and we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing so that we can hear the public comments on this item. And then once we close it, we can have that discussion. It is 7:17. I will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come and speak on this item? Seeing that there are none, do we have any virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Then it is 7:17, and I am closing the public hearing, and I'm going to bring it to council. Council?
Your Honor, just for clarification, I want to have a question for Mr. Lawless and Mr. Knight, whoever can answer that. So with all the reporting that was in that, I mean, it was a stack of papers that I was trying to read through. But when it's all said and done, that means that we're within the state calculations of our water consumption?
Correct, well beneath it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reyes, did you have any comment or question?
No, to Councilmember Stowe's point, I was just going to reiterate that in the report, it said we had exceeded the number, but that was bettering the number or exceeding expectations of the number. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Yeah, the 2020, as it was coming in at 179, and the actual use in 2020 for the city is 133. So, 45 GCBDs.
Thank you. Councilmember Tate? No question, no comment. Vice Mayor Carrillo?
Yes, I have a couple. In the plan, Chapter 7, there was, within the report, it stated the city presently and historically has met all the demands from groundwater and actively uses surface water allocations for groundwater recharge. So I have a question on that. I understand the city is meeting its sustainable yield and we have a sufficient supply of water, but could you explain a little bit further how we maintain that demand? Is it through the wells?
So yeah, the city of Porterville, and as it's described in the introduction, is solely supplied by groundwater. So we have about 36 active wells the city maintains and operates, and we continue to monitor water quality and all the requirements as required under Title 22. The surface water is then just recharged. So we have a number of storm drain basins that catch surface runoff during rain events, and also are utilized as recharge basins when we have the ability to purchase surface water from the number of irrigation districts within shares that we hold, and that's listed in the report as well, and collaborative efforts that we have with irrigation districts. So when that water is available, we purchase that, and then we basically put it in these basins, allow it to percolate, and immediately recharge the groundwater within the city's service area.
And the council will recall that as your budgetary process, you annually appropriate $500,000 or $500,000 a year for acquisition of water for recharge purposes.
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions?
Yes, I have one, and so it was a lot of information, but I know it's a really important plan, as the water for our city is very important, and having a strong plan. I just wanted to formulate some questions around the water shortage contingency section, and I think that's Chapter 8. If we had to reduce water through that demand reduction plan that was mentioned, what steps will be used?
So currently, the plan update required the implementation of a water shortage contingency plan. The city has crosswalked, that's why I said conservation plan and water shortage contingency plan. So we've crosswalked both of those plans to incorporate the same features and can be utilized in both the same manner. The water shortage contingency plan just takes it to a 6th step. So we currently have 5 steps of our water conservation plan. And through the drought conditions since probably right about 2014 is when everything really kicked off with the high impacts of the drought, the city has operated between phase 3 and phase 4 of its conservation plan, which creates some savings as minimizing the amount of days irrigation can occur. So if we experience worse conditions, I think 2021 was probably the worst condition that we could have had as far as available surface water or precipitation. We would go to the next phase. We would either move those periods of restriction into time periods that are higher consumption, or we would go to the next phase. I mean, I don't think anybody wants to go to phase 5, which would be no outdoor watering, especially through the summer months. So we use those tools to manage consumption and conservation through those periods of the year to be able to have that available water in the ground.
And I guess I want to underscore the point there. I'll give the city of Visalia as an example, is in Tier 5 right now. There is no watering days allowed right now between December and April, and they'll be looking at, based on groundwater levels, whether they continue to extend no watering days beyond April 1st.
Thank you.
And if I could also, it really emphasizes the tertiary treatment effort in collaboration between the city and the Tulare River Tribe on the Eagle Mountain Casino project, where removing 400,000 gallons a day of, or treating that, it has a net effect of removing that as the groundwater impact at 400,000 with the treatment ability and to use recycled water to irrigate the sports complex and provide, and that's actually a net benefit to the city and the residents because the demand of the casino with the hotel is less than the water budget for watering a sports complex by twice. But I guess that really emphasizes the march that we're on to really do tertiary treatment of all 4.5 million gallons of the city's effluent right now. So I talked about just 10% or less of what would be being treated there, and that's the major effort of treating all of it so that Veterans Park, Monache High School, local schools, Burton School District, and I know Mr. Knight has a dream that it will get up to the golf course as well, so that as we push 4.5 million gallons a day, and also to be able to do recharge with it, there is technical ways to take that effluent once it's recycled and be able to with appropriate distances from wellheads, be able to use it as recharge. So you're treating it to a higher treatment level. Then you're using natural filtration as you do. I hear this often. Baldo Rodriguez would say, I would rather drink a cup of water from the tertiary treatment facility than I would out of Success Lake. So as you're using surface water that's untreated, you're using that then as another recharge source. And you can also grow consumable crops. So you can use it on citrus, grapes, nuts, all of this. So we'll also have an extra benefit for local agricultural needs. Yeah, so we're talking about a decade effort to get to that, and about $100 million.
Thank you. Please.
Mr. Lawless, do we have plans for another tertiary treatment plant, like at our facility, at the wastewater treatment plant, or?
It's what we're in the process of doing right now. So we have the feasibility study that was performed, which looked at a various number of options, and I would say the option or the most feasible was to convert, instead of having satellite plants similar to what is being constructed right now as part of the project, that actually is a necessary tool because the treatment, so if all the major treatment occurs at the headworks, as they call it, at the corporation yard, the distance travel of that water out to the sports complex would require additional treatment. So it will actually be cleaned again and be able to be used. There's a lot of options coming in the future as part of that. And so in answer to your question, we're in the process now, as you're aware, of making improvements to the current plant. So it is it's kind of like replacing the engine. So you're going through and replacing the different digesters right now. So, and that's why you'll see big cranes out there taking lids off of stuff and cleaning them. So cleaning everything out, improving the efficiencies of them, and then next is going to be the expansion of, I think it's ultraviolet light treatment. Mr. Knight, I'm way out of the depth of my pool right now. So, Mr. Knight, did I miss anything?
Yeah, I mean,
I did. Okay.
There is an extreme effort. The master plan that council will be reviewing, the recycled water feasibility study that has been completed and moving forward as part of that plan. And, you know, it's referenced in this document, the efforts that we're taking on. We'll beginning, you know, we started with the digesters, trying to achieve a phased approach. Just the initial phases is upwards of $60 million. With the final build out of being somewhere around $100 million for the construction of that plant. Looking to address denitrification, which will start MBR filters, will be the first phase, and then the final implementation would be UV treatment and additional chlorine disinfection. And exactly to what Mr. Lawless spoke about was the plant out at the sports complex will be offsetting the potable water supplies that is currently being used as irrigation, and then also providing a service to the relocated Eagle Mountain Casino for irrigation purposes, and being the first dual plumb facility in the city of Porterville to provide services to urinals and that type of thing, non-potable sources within the complex.
So the toilet water in the casino will be recycled water, purple pipe.
Thank you very much. No other questions. We've received an abundance of information just in the two questions that Vice Mayor asked, which I believe is important. How does council wish to proceed?
Are we okay to make a motion here? Okay, I would like to make a motion to adopt the draft resolution adopting the city's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and submit the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan to the Department of Water Resources, the California State Library, and Tulare County, and make the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan available to the public for review for 30 days after filing a copy of the plan with the Department of Water Resources.
We have
Your Honor, I will second that, and I made that motion, but I was on mute. Sorry.
All right, well, we have the motion by Vice Mayor and the second by Councilmember Stowe. No further discussion. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Councilmember Reyes?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo?
Aye.
Mayor Forrest?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, one other thing, if I may.
All right.
I want to give a huge thanks to our citizens for their due diligence for using their water wisely, so we can have a favorable report, and if we can continue, it would be much appreciated, I'm sure, by the entire city.
Thank you very much. We will now be moving on to public hearing number 6. Mr. Lawless is out by conflict.
Thank you. Yes, I have a real property interest within 1,000 feet of the proposed project.
Okay, so it'd be Ms. Hildreth that would
Thank you, Your Honor. So the second public hearing before you this evening is the consideration of the Brookside Subdivision project, and Mr. Ridenhour will present the staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Hildreth. I've asked Mr. O'Neill on Zoom to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Ridenhour, Ms. Hildreth, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Jeff O'Neill. I'm with Provo and Pritchard Consulting Group. I am the interim city planner, and prepared the materials for your consideration this evening. So what we have before you is the Brookside Subdivision project. Northwest part of town, it's generally bounded by Westwood, Westfield, and Lombardi, and the Summit Charter Academy Lombardi campus at the north side there. The review of this project began back in 2020 as part of Project Review Committee number 2020-44, and it was reviewed at a second meeting in March of last year. The project contains a number of development entitlements, including amendments to the general plan land use diagram, changes to the pre-zoning of the site, conditional use permit, a tentative map, and annexation. If approved, the project would result in annexation and development of around 56 acres of the largest APN there, 245-010-87, located, the portion of that parcel located southeast of the Frank Kern Canal. Additionally, 3 parcels containing the Summit Charter Academy and 2 rural residences would be annexed, but are not proposed for development. Pardon me. The subdivision would include creation of 229 lots for single-family use, construction of a approximately 2.99 acre park, along with the requisite interior local streets and on-site infrastructure, and would be wrapped by improvements to the abutting major street rights-of-way. The total area to be annexed, including 2 rural residential parcels in the school, is just shy of 70 acres. Currently, the parcels are identified under the general plan land use element as a mixture of 2 different residential densities, low and medium density, a portion of neighborhood commercial right on the corner of Lombardi and Westfield, and then parks and recreation, and then the northern area with the school is education. The area is currently zoned AE20 because it still is within Tulare County, so that's the operative zoning. The city has pre-zoned it to the RS1 zone, or very low density residential. It's within a residential neighborhood center to which the residential neighborhood zone might apply if the project were to proceed the way that the general plan currently shows it. But since it includes an amendment to the general plan and then implementation of that residential neighborhood zone is optional, the provisions of the RN district wouldn't apply. The staff report contains a listing of the parcels that are included in the project overall, including their existing and proposed general plan land uses and their existing and proposed zone. Overall, the proposal would amend the general plan land use for the 3 parcels, not the school, to ensure that the whole project site, aside from the school, is in the low density residential. So it would remove some medium density, some community commercial, and some open space. And the open space component would be kind of replaced by the construction of a park within the subdivision itself. The entirety of the site, again, aside from the school, would have its pre-zoning changed from RS1 to RS2. Proposed subdivision map would include single-family residential housing on lots ranging from a minimum of 5,000 square feet up to 12,000 square feet. The internal circulation includes parkway strips, streetlights, and sidewalks, and it provides external connections to Westwood, Westfield, and Lombardi, including as well as to the private street to the north along the southern line of the school. And as part of the conditions of approval, that street would become eventually a public street. The longer blocks within the subdivision include paseos to connect, to enhance pedestrian connectivity, and the proposed centralized park space of just shy of 3 acres would be improved and dedicated to the city and included in the LLMD. The project also includes dedication of a well site along its eastern boundary. So the 229 proposed single-family dwellings equate to a development density of just over 4 units an acre. And under the low-density residential designation, up to 6 units per acre is allowed. The areas to the west, south, and east are already developed with single-family subdivisions. And while the project does include a smaller minimum lot size than the surrounding neighborhoods, the development pattern and density overall is still compatible with what's existing there, as well as with what's prescribed by the general plan. So the 4 subdivisions immediately surrounding the site have densities ranging from 3.75 up to 4.32. So there's a total of 586 lots on 149 acres. If Brookside were built at that average density, which is 3.92, you'd end up with a 219 lot subdivision, which is not significantly smaller than the 229 that are proposed. Those numbers are there to illustrate that the project, even with the smaller minimum lot size, is still very much in line with the overall developed density of the surrounding residential neighborhoods. If the site were developed consistent with the general plan land uses as shown, that could support up to 336 dwellings, and it would likely include a multifamily component within the medium density residential area. And it would also include up to 41,000 square feet of commercial space at the northwest corner of Lombardi and Westfield. So the amended land use provides the opportunity for a similar number of units, but as mentioned, the project as proposed includes just the 229, as opposed to the 339 that could theoretically be built. So it is therefore less impactful than what otherwise could be constructed without the proposed land use and zoning changes. For additional consideration, if the project site were developed in accordance with what the general plan currently shows, it is entirely possible, it's in fact probable that certain of the development components, including the multifamily aspect and the commercial aspect, would not be subject to discretionary review. It would be uses that are permitted by right, and accordingly would not be subject to any review under CEQA. When the city amends its general plan, it is required to perform tribal notification pursuant to Senate Bill 18. And under that provision, the tribes have 90 days to comment on the proposed general plan amendments. The city notified a list of tribal contacts received from the Native American Heritage Commission between May 14th and May 24th of last year to solicit comments and did not receive any. So by default, the RS2 zone has a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. And as mentioned, the project proposes lots that are slightly smaller than that at 5,000 square feet, which would be accommodated with a 50-foot minimum width instead of 60. So the project proposes a conditional use permit, which under a provision of the development code actually allows an applicant to request a lot size all the way down to 3,000 square feet with a 35-foot minimum width if the council makes certain findings. The project is, as mentioned, not proposing lots that are nearly that small. So additional design elements that include enhanced street trees and variable lot widths, along with traffic calming facilities and the 3-acre park space are required as part of that CUP for smaller lot size, and the project does include those things. The project falls within the prescribed general plan density and is similar in character to the surrounding development. Development Code Section 60404 requires that the City Council makes a series of findings prior to approving the conditional use permit, and the findings and the justification for making those findings is included in the Council's report. The California Subdivision Map Act is the primary statute that governs how the city approves or denies tentative maps and parcel maps. There are also provisions within Series 400 of the development ordinance that augment or supplement that. Generally speaking, tentative and final map are required if you're going to create 5 or more parcels. And pursuant to both the MAP Act and Series 400 of the Development Code, an approved or conditionally approved tentative map is valid for 24 months after it's approved. And the law has various mechanisms built into it to provide the opportunity to extend the life of an approved map. Subject to approval of the conditional use permit to allow the reduced lot size and lot width, all of the subdivision lots within the subdivision meet the area width and depth requirements of the RS2 zone. And the project would be responsible for dedicating and improving major street rights of way, along with payment of certain fair share costs to other capital improvements, including signalization of intersections and transit stop, along with payment of development impact fees. The project is actually shown in two phases, which helps us determine the scope of conditions and improvements that are required as the site develops. Although the MAP Act it precludes us from requiring or disallowing phasing or from telling a developer how they can phase a project. We can, however, impose reasonable conditions upon the phases as they are shown when they are at the time they're proposed to be built. Consistent with provisions of the Subdivision Map Act, Development Code Section 400.04 contains a series of findings that if the council makes any of those findings in the affirmative, it is required to deny the tentative map. The findings, and again, the rationale for not making them is included in council's report. So based on a fair reading of the record, including the EIR, which we will discuss shortly, there is no indication that any of those mandatory findings that require denial of the map can be made. As mentioned, the project site is not within the city limits. However, a provision of the MAP Act does allow the city to approve tentative maps on land not inside the city limits as long as the annexation of that site is complete before a final map of the project site is approved. So annexation would require action by the Tulare County LAFCO if the council moves forward with the project. The proposed land division and development of the site with single-family residences will provide housing in conformance with the city's general plan, land use and housing elements, as well as assist with meeting the regional housing needs allocation for the 5th and future 6th cycle housing elements. Staff and the applicant have worked through details to ensure that the project adheres to the general plan and the development ordinance, as well as complying with the MAP Act. In addition to notifying folks beyond what is required under CEQA, notice of this public hearing was provided in accordance with Government Code Section 65090 and 91 and Section 60906 of the Development Code, which are the standard for hearings involving general plan amendments and zoning changes, and for conditional use permits and tentative maps. Further, as previously described, the project was subject to 2 project review committee meetings over the span of several months, and the PRC information is available on the city's website, and those meetings are held on a regular basis and are available to the public. Early on in our review of the project, the city contracted with Crawford and Bowen Planning to prepare an initial study under CEQA to look at the potential environmental effects that may result from the project. As that was being prepared and technical studies were underway, the city determined that it would go ahead and prepare an environmental impact report, or EIR, for this project. On July 9th of last year, a notice of preparation was issued and announced a comment period of July 10 to August 9, 2021. The initial study identified potential impacts to biological resources and cultural resources, and it also included appropriate mitigation for those. And the NOP also identified possible impacts to air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, energy resources, and transportation. As required by CEQA, the NOP was sent to several public agencies, and it was provided to owners of real property within 500 feet of the project site. Scoping meeting was held on July 27th, and several comments were received in response to the NOP. Once the draft EIR was completed, a notice of availability and completion was filed as required by CEQA, and owners of property within 500 feet of the site were notified that the document was available. The circulation period for the draft EIR was 45 days long and ran from November 6th through December 21st of last year. As it was circulated, the draft EIR talked about impacts to air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, greenhouse gas, and transportation. As part of the EIR, it was determined to not have a potentially significant effect to energy resources, and so no mitigation was required in that category. For the other resource categories, the EIR, the draft EIR identifies feasible mitigation that would reduce all potentially significant effects to a less than significant level. Several comments were received in writing and some orally as part of communication at council meetings. As required by CEQA, the final EIR, which has been provided both to parties submitting comments and to the council, the final EIR has been provided to those providing comments as well as to the city council, either in printed or electronic form at their discretion. As a result of the comments, there were minor clarifications and some revisions made to the EIR. Importantly, there were comments that correctly pointed out that the traffic impact study needed to be revised to take a look at increased in-person attendance at the Lombardi campus that resulted from the relaxing of COVID-19 based restrictions. And what happened there was that an addendum letter to the traffic impact study was prepared, and it identified that the existing conditions were noticeably worse than what the traffic impact study originally pointed out. However, the addendum did not result in any changes to the mitigation that would be required or to the level of impact that would result following that mitigation. A lot of the comments pointed out correctly that there is a very bad traffic situation in the vicinity of the project, as well as at other locations nearby. The issue there is that the city cannot make a project mitigate or fix existing conditions. All it can do is require that the project mitigate the additional effects that it would have on the situation. There are conditions of approval that are related to CEQA, that are not related to CEQA, that are tied to different components of the project approval that have to be linked to the project, which is called the essential nexus test. Is there a direct connection between an effect and the project and commensurate with the effects the project causes, which is referred to as rough proportionality? In the instant case, clearly the project did not cause the existing traffic problems on Lombardi Street, for example, near the school, or south on Westwood at the slough. The traffic study did not, neither the traffic study itself nor the addendum identified sufficient traffic from the project at the bridge to require mitigation at that facility. Similarly, it didn't identify that the project needs to construct Castle Avenue to the northeast to connect to Lombardi. So while completion of Castle would probably alleviate the traffic congestion nearby the project, there is not an established connection between the project itself and the construction of Castle Avenue. Now, importantly, the study did identify that there are sufficient effects at Lombardi and Westfield to require that the project pays an appropriate fair share portion of the costs of signalizing that intersection. And that the dollar amount is yet to be determined, but the proportion is just over 41% of the cost for fixing that intersection, for signalizing that intersection, is ascribed to this project. It also includes fair share costs for two other intersections. So by payment of those fair share costs, the extent that the project would exacerbate the existing situation under CEQA becomes mitigated, and the project has met its obligations. The final portion of the staff report contains staff's recommendation that the City Council conduct a public hearing and take comment on the project, followed by adoption of the various resolutions and introduction and waiver of an ordinance. My understanding is that the project applicant, Jim Anderson, is present and would like to make a presentation to Council. So at this time, that concludes staff's presentation. We'd be happy to take any questions. Other than that, would request that the Council allow the applicant to make his presentation. Thank you.
I want to thank you for that, Mr. O'Neill, for your comments, for the information, especially going through a substantial report to this regard. I don't believe there are questions. Council will save their questions for after we close the public hearing. Is there something else that we need to do, or just need to open up the public hearing?
Mayor, I believe the applicant's in the room and they've asked to provide some supplemental information, if it's all right with the mayor.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Steve Brandt. I'm with QK, and we are the planning and design firm that worked with the applicant to design this neighborhood. And so I wanted to share with you some additional information and some illustrations to further describe the project. This is the Brookside Subdivision. If you go to the next slide. So you can see how the project fits in with the existing neighborhood. We're surrounded on all four sides by existing development, with Westwood on the west, Westfield on the south, and Lombardi on the east. And if you go to the next slide. So this gives you a sense of how this fits in with the rest of the neighborhood. So some of the benefits of the project, there's going to be a new 3-acre park. This is for the entire community to use, not just this neighborhood. And coincidentally, related to your last item, we are installing purple pipe to the park in the event that it can ever be used, some of that water that you're going to be treating in the future. There's going to be a well lot for a new city water well. This will improve the water supply in the entire area for the entire community. The residential density, as Mr. O'Neill described, is consistent with the surrounding developments. And the removal of the planned commercial uses that could have exacerbated the existing traffic congestion is not going to be there anymore with the general plan amendment that is being proposed. And then I think what most people are thinking about is what about the traffic and what about the roads? So the new roads actually help relieve the existing traffic congestion. And if you go to the next slide, I can talk about that. So currently Lombardi Street's only about half built, so we're going to complete the half-built section of the street, so it'll be fully built from curb to curb the entire way to the school. That will widen Lombardi Street, and what it will allow is allow the ability to put in a dedicated right turn and a dedicated left turn pocket as you're going southbound. That will then make it easier for traffic to leave the area after the drop-offs take place. There's also going to be, through the neighborhood, alternative routes for people to leave the area after they drop off from school. So they'll be able to go through the neighborhood. It's also important for emergency vehicles. There are going to be multiple ways to get to the school, multiple ways to leave the school. And there's going to be a new connection through the neighborhood to Westwood Street with Phase 1. Go to the next slide. So this illustrates how there's going to be additional connections. Right now, there's only the red connection to get in and out one way to the school. After the subdivision's built, there'll be multiple ways to get both in and out of the area. This is going to make it better for school drop-offs and better for public safety access. Go to the next slide. This illustrates Lombardi and Westwood intersection as you're looking north, and you can see we drew in how the street would look after it's widened and how you could have a dedicated right turn lane and dedicated left turn lane to make it easier for traffic to get out of that intersection. Go to the next slide. So then this is your circulation element in your general plan. So this shows what your long-term plan is for circulation and how you're going to solve the circulation issues in this area. So the red streets are arterials, the orange streets are collectors, Lombardi is a collector street, Westfield is an arterial. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see that you already have a plan on how to solve the traffic issue in this area. step one is to widen Lombardi Street and make the street wider so that it's wider, so that you have a full street to get to the school. That can be done with this project. Step two is when the property to the east of the project develops, because that project will be required to put in a connection between Lombardi and Matthew Street. And so that will then allow traffic to be able to connect to Castle and then eventually get to Newcomb. And then step three would be, as development occurs even farther north, Matthew Street can be extended up to North Grand, and now you have a full system. Right now you have a partial system, and that's why there's problems. So we believe what we're doing is providing the first step to solve the problem that your plan set out when you adopted your general plan. Last slide. So I just want to thank you for being able to provide this information. Also want to thank Mr. O'Neill, Mr. Ridenauer, the rest of the staff. They've done a really good job in working through this project. There's been a lot of information provided. The EIR provides a lot of information, and we're supportive of the conditions and ask for your support.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jim Robinson. I'm with San Joaquin Valley Homes. My address is 5607 Avenida de los Robles in Visalia.
Just a moment, please. I'm looking at legal counsel. We have not opened up the public hearing.
I was the applicant.
Yeah, are you, just to clarify, you just want, this is part of the supplemental
This is
information?
part of supplemental
Gotcha.
information.
Yeah, he's with the applicant.
All right, that's what I needed clarified.
Sorry. Okay. I'm here to answer, mostly to answer questions for you. We've been building in Visalia and Tulare, Hanford, Delano, Reedley, and we've just recently finished a subdivision here in Porterville. We're excited about coming back. Porterville needs the housing. There is still a very big shortage of housing in the entire valley. Our company's from the valley. We live here, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have of our company. And I can answer those now, or I can answer those during the public hearing. I'll do either way.
We're going to open the public hearing, and then when we close the hearing, if we have questions of you at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. It is 7:58. We will open up the public hearing at this time, and I do want to make a comment for purpose of transparency to my colleagues on the dais, and if there are any other council members that wish. I have printed a lot of correspondence that was sent to me, emails, where people have said that we haven't responded, or correspondence, and as to why. I'm only going to say this: when you send us an email and you include all 5 of us, it's difficult for us to respond, because it could be a perception of conducting a meeting without having had that discussion here in public, which is why we're having a public hearing. I did respond to a phone call by Mr. Robinson, who was just here, and for purpose of transparency, I encouraged him to attend the meeting. We did not speak to anything of the project, because I wanted him to say it publicly and show it publicly, and thank you for that. Are there any other council members that have spoken to anybody prior to this meeting?
I spoke to him this afternoon, and the only thing that I talked to him about is I wanted to make sure that if, when he came for the public hearing, that he was able to address all of the concerns of the community members.
Okay, thank you. No other council members? Okay, then we will proceed. Did I open up the public hearing? I think I did. All right. All of a sudden, I need to make sure I did that. Thank you so much. Please state your name and address for the record in 3 minutes.
My name is Ed. I live in District 4, and with all due respect, I sent you guys many emails. I never got one response. I tried to call you, didn't get any responses. It's irresponsible for you not to engage in this issue, and it's inappropriate, the statement you just made. It's just completely false. I've been around in the city for about 50 years. I'm an old man. I lived on Putnam Street when Granite Hills was put in by the school and the traffic problem, and I engaged the city. I had talked to the city manager, we talked to city councilmen, we had a meeting out in the field, and we changed the plan to make a better plan because we engaged with the city. That's not happening today. You guys are way off base. You're not representing people. Let's go to Porterville City General Plan. Section CG6, maintain acceptable levels of service. There's already a level of service problem in this area of town. It's clear. All due respect to the presentation and the guys that are going to build the houses, you don't want to build the houses in a place that already has a problem that needs to be addressed by this council and this city. Section C18, implementation policies show no new development will be approved unless it can be shown the required level of service can be maintained. There's a lot of discussion here from Jeff O'Neill about the magic word of mitigation. There's sections here, I read the whole EIR, section page 23, 45, 56, 94 of the EIR all show significant impacts, not the least of which is traffic, which is definitely an issue. It was rated as a B initially, and after public pressure and a review, it's now rated F, which is below the city standard. That has to be addressed before development can be made in this area. That has to be addressed. There's no reason in the premise of that map that you can't extend Castle around and fix the problem that you made when you didn't work with the school district to put the school on a dead-end street, just like we did on the other side of town. But you're not working with the people that live in this area, and it's a real problem, and it sucks. I can't even think of a better word to say. There was a time when the city used to work with residents, and that is not happening. And it's apparent with a lot of things that are happening with this council. Fix the dead end. Extend Castle Street. Change your general plan, because the general plan in this area stinks. It needs input. And I'm going to tell you this. I would really like to make a few more calm points, but I'm going to run out of time. I would say this. Please pass this plan. Please put your name on this plan, because it shows your dereliction of duty. It shows that you're willing to bypass your responsibility to the residents of that area. You're ignoring the residents of that area, and you're pushing something through for your benefit as a council, not for the greater good, not for the residents in this area. This is an important thing that you guys need to address, and it needs to be a more open discussion than 3 minutes in a meeting like this.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Council. My name's Jonna Key, and I live at 2453 West Westfield. Okay, my dad was a truck driver, and he hauled rock and sand, building the roads of LA, freeways, whatnot. What I know about roads is the 2 slowest lanes in the freeway are 6 inches because of the traffic, the heaviness of it. And the other lanes to the left of that are 4 inches. I have no idea what it is in a residential area. All I know is that the road is looking kind of rough. It's really cracked. It's not made for that much traffic. We've got buses and trucks that deliver stuff to the schools. The road's not made for that. But the truck deliveries and everything. I was at a friend's house. It was about 18 houses away, and I happened to get in my car to go home. It was 2/10 of a mile. Took me 20 minutes because of the crosswalk person directing the traffic and all. Okay. It takes me forever to get out of my driveway. The bus drivers do stop, though. They're the first ones to stop. I don't make appointments around 8 and 3 o'clock. I really enjoy opening my windows and doors, but that's not going to be, that doesn't happen during then. It's just too noisy. And now I want to talk about in the event that you do this. Okay. Dust. I heard air quality was being spoken about. Air pollution. I would like the ground to be wet if they're going to be, when they're tearing it up. We have valley fever here. We have children walking to and from schools. That would need to be taken care of. And the roads aren't in a shape for this. And there's one more thing. Oh, how long of a discussion did we have on the water? And we're going to be building all these homes requiring more water. Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
not happy about this, okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Dustin Maddox, 2199 West Linda Vista Avenue. Good evening, Council. The issue which keeps coming up around this project is, of course, the traffic around the roads adjacent to the site. Local residents and school parents are right to be concerned. The original traffic study was flawed, having been conducted while the schools were closed, and was later amended mathematically by accounting for the Lombardi campus, but not the other 3 nearby schools which contribute to traffic in the area. Even with that minor adjustment, they came up with a level of service level F. The current situation is frankly unacceptable. Now, the environmental impact report for the project states repeatedly that correcting the existing traffic problem is not the applicant's responsibility, which is completely understandable. But then whose responsibility is it? This problem has been so obvious for so long that I think people assume the city must have some long-term plan to solve it. Unfortunately, that's not really the case, and so the affected citizens have seized on this process as their last chance to bring the issue to the city's attention. And it is their last chance. Until now, this parcel's been outside the city's jurisdiction. Once it's annexed, it'll be subject to the circulation element of the general plan. However, if the tentative map is simultaneously approved, any realistic means of making it compliant with the general plan will be lost. I like the applicant's map that he showed you of what the general plan is supposed to include, but you may notice there's some significant differences between his tentative map and what the general plan showed. There are no through streets, which is what you really need to alleviate traffic congestion. Now, I believe this developer's been acting in good faith, working with the city staff to design a project that they believe is in the public interest. But as we've seen in the past, these projects tend to take a rather narrow view and look for the technicalities that will allow the project to proceed. We, the public, rely on this council to look at a bigger picture that considers the welfare of the community as a whole. This is not a heart-of-the-city infill project that demands excessive compromise. This is the frontier of development for our city, and as such requires that we take a much longer view to the future. These homes and these schools will still be there in 50 years, and by then they'll be surrounded by even more development. In fact, there's currently an approved project to build 59 townhouses on the adjacent corner. We should be planning to solve the problems we already have, as well as those that may present themselves in the years ahead. With all due respect to the investment of time and capital from the applicant and the city staff, I urge the council not to adopt the draft resolution as presented. By all means, annex the parcel if necessary, but please do not approve the tentative map. Adopting this draft resolution will simultaneously make this the city's problem and make this problem unsolvable. Ask the applicant in the public interest to revisit the design and present a map which leaves available a realistic and practical means of addressing the issues already present in this area. We can't continue to treat every project at the city's margins as if it's the last one we'll ever see. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You'll have to forgive me, I'm a little tired. Dear council members, my name is Ari Rice. I live at 1212 Lombardi Street, so I actually live where it's impacting our traffic there. My concern here is that obviously the traffic is my #1 concern because I deal with it on a daily basis, from morning to afternoon. And I've actually seen an accident
in September of 2021, a car collision there between Lombardi and Westfield. And I've also, coming out of my driveway, sorry if I'm, it's hard to breathe with twins. I've also, coming out of my driveway, have almost been hit several times because of traffic there. So no disrespect to these guys who are trying to build there, but their problem of solving it is just not going to cut it, to be honest. You can have 20 outlets from that place coming out, but we're all going to be on the same road still. So I'm still going to be dealing with daily traffic no matter what. And I fear for my son, who I have to take to school every day, and my unborn children right now, who I'm going to have to load in the car, try to back up my traffic or back up out of my driveway, and fear that we're going to get hit one day, you know? And I don't think traffic lights are going to help, to be perfectly honest. So I'm just addressing this as a parent of Lombardi, as well as someone who's part of the community of Lombardi, that we address the issue at hand for the city and not approve what they have going on right now, because that's not going to solve the issue, to be perfectly honest, for me. As I'm coming out of my driveway, fearing for my children that they might get hit because of the fact that parents don't want to wait. They want to go around traffic. So I ask you to please consider a different map before you approve it. Another thing that I do request is the fact that the environmental impact will impact my children because they will be premature with health conditions. And if they get valley fever, that's going to put their health condition at even a worse situation. So that's another thing.
Thank you. Ms. Acevedo? Acevedo?
Acevedo.
Acevedo, okay, I wanted to make sure I wrote it correctly. Thank you very much.
My name's Heather Funderburk, 2047 West Nancy Avenue. I had zero intentions of getting up and talking tonight, but I just wrote down a couple of things as we were talking, or as you guys were talking. You're talking about water conservation and air quality, and you're talking about putting in a 200-plus housing division. Now, this is not a hypothetical question. I really want to know. Have you ever been down Westfield between 7:20 and 8 o'clock in the morning? On a school day, have you ever been down that road? It's ridiculous. I know that if I don't leave my house by 7:25, that I'm not going to get my daughter across town to St. Anne's and then back over to Oak Grove Elementary where I work. I'm also a Burton School District employee. My job is to travel from site to site. I go to Lombardi occasionally, I go to BMS, I go to BES, and then back to my campus, Oak Grove, which wasn't even mentioned in this plan. And I know that if I don't leave at a certain time from my campus to get to those, that I'm gonna have a hard time finding a parking place, getting in and out. The traffic is horrendous. And all these roads, those maps are beautiful that he made, yes. But when you witness that and you are driving that road early in the morning, that's not gonna work. All those roads you drive through the subdivision, they're all gonna lead back to Westfield, which is 2 lanes. Can't be expanded. Maybe in a few areas you could put a stoplight in, that might alleviate some of it, but all that congestion ends up back on Westfield, which is, it's a mess. It's a hot mess. I won't use the word that I want to use, but it's a hot mess in the morning. And I ask you, as a resident living in that small community of neighborhoods right there, I have parents that are going to Lombardi, taking shortcuts through my neighborhood, zipping through there where there's kids crossing the street, just haphazardly. It's dangerous. So I'm just asking that you please consider that. And then lastly, fix the other roads in town as well. My going down Morton every morning to get to St. Anne's, good Lord. I need to readjust my Jeep. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone that would like to come forward?
My name's Jason Callison. I live at 2115 West Castle, the abandoned part of Castle, right at the end of Lombardi. So I've been dealing with this for a long time already. We've lived there since 2006, and the school, of course, got built, and it wasn't done correctly. Nothing was handled correctly, and it is, just like Heather just said, it's a hot mess. And as you can see, the other residents in the area are very upset. And notably, I mean, the plan right now for Lombardi is to, finish the road. It's still going to be a 2-lane road. If you get there at 7:30 in the morning to 7:45, you're going to be clear back to Neil Ward's house, which is the existing house that sits on Lombardi, okay? And you're going to sit there. So for me to go home to my house, I might sit there for half an hour just to get to my house, unless I go off-road, But then there's also police officers there to stop you from doing that, which they're just doing their job. We get that. But we have no way into our home, period. And there's also Ryan Coons, Pam Coons, and Jennifer Coons that live in the same area that I do now. And we've got people that are going to move into the house at the very end that is being remodeled right now. So all those people have zero access at these several different times of day. The plan should be to widen Lombardi further than is being proposed, and somehow put in at least maybe a very lengthy turn-in lane for all the moms and dads that are trying to get their kids to school, but also allow us access into our homes and access out of our homes. Now, the rest of them, I mean, everybody that's been up here, it's the same problem. In that area, that 1 square mile roughly, there is 4 schools. I mean, it is the biggest cluster in this town. I mean, if you leave at 7:30, you might be all right. You leave at 7:45, you're going to start getting in trouble. You leave at 8 o'clock, you better figure on at least a half an hour, maybe longer, because there's no stoplights at most of the intersections. It's dangerous. People are driving through the neighborhoods. It's not that I'm opposed to this project. By no means. We all love to see our city grow. That's wonderful to see Porterville grow. I've lived here my whole life and things, but we've got to do growth in the right manner. We've got to do things the correct way. Lombardi's been ignored since the school pretty much has been built. I know that Ben Ennis, who is my neighbor, has tried numerous times to get things addressed and try to figure out different ways to address the problem that we have there, whether it's paint the whole curb down that sidewalk blue and have all the people trying to drop off and pick up, have them pull over on the curb so we can get through. I mean, it falls on deaf ears and stuff. And I know he's contacted, and maybe you guys are tired of hearing from him. I don't know, but he has never let up. So
Thank you, Mr.
anyway,
Callison.
thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate the council.
Is there anyone that would like to come forward? Thank you.
Hello. My name is Sue Carey. I didn't expect to come up and speak at all. I moved back to Porterville about 10 years ago, over to Matthew and Westfield. It's already a difficult place to live. And I know we can't do anything about what is, because that's what we've been told. Once the building starts, then there will be something. And I can't believe that there's nothing that can be done to get the Lombardi Street to the school and get out of there, not coming back the same way in. You can get that widened. You can put a stop sign there. You're still not getting it to where you can go out another way. It sounds really frightening when I think about it. I take walks all the time in the neighborhood, and so I've been to every school in that area, and moms and dads and children trying to get in and out already. There's got to be some place opened up before they even start digging dirt so that these people will be able to get their kids to school safely And people, I don't walk out my door at those times that people are mentioning because I'm on the corner of Matthew and Westfield, 1201 North Matthew. So I think it's unconscionable that you can't get that road, the Lombardi Street Road, to go through. Now, evidently, there must be, I'm ignorant because I don't know the people in the town that well. But evidently, there are people down there that will not allow it to go through. Something has to be figured out to have a different way, other than backing, coming back around, and coming back out on Lombardi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there someone else that would like to come forth?
Good evening. My name is Tim Doyle. I live at 1728 North Cason Lane here in Porterville. So I think there's a common thread of what we're hearing from the people that are coming up that actually live in the area, and that the environmental impact study is flawed badly. That as much as this gentleman can talk and they can try to sell this to us, obviously the environmental impact is going to be much, much greater than what we're being told. And as I've worked for the last 30 years of my job, I've been a problem saver. And being a problem saver and taking on a project, there's positives and there's negative. There is no project that has nothing but positives and no negative impact whatsoever. They're trying to sell you, obviously, this project, because they're not coming up and saying, this is the positive things and these are the things we might have to live with. That's not happening. They are trying to sell you this project, and I'm not buying it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Radine Strawn, 54 West Danner Avenue, Porterville. I don't live close to Lombardi, but the city council needs to load up a vehicle, all 5 of you, and go out there and sit on Lombardi and see what the problem is, and then hold off on approving this proposal. Because if you go out there live and you sit there, you'll see what a problem it is. And it's also a problem over at Buckley Elementary School and Burton Middle School. One way in, one way out. And I was standing out there the other day handing out leaflets about this meeting coming up. Please show up, we got to stop this. And those drivers were so mad at each other because there's such a traffic jam there at Westwood and the only street in and out. Such anger passing each other on the left and the right, and just a lot of anger because of the traffic. Before they built Lombardi, they should have fixed the streets or had a plan for it. It's just been left over these years and nothing's been done. I have a great-grandson that goes to Lombardi, and his mother owns a business, and she's a single parent, so we have to pick him up at Lombardi. My husband, we live in North Main on Danner. He has to leave an hour early to go get in line over there to pick up our great-grandson. That's ridiculous. There shouldn't be traffic problems like that at a school. It's crazy. The same issues as at Burton Middle School and Buckley Elementary, like I said. They have traffic jams too. And the city has to fix the problem before building more houses. You need to fix the roads so that it can take the extra traffic. If the 230 houses are built, and let's say each home has 2 children, that's 460 more students overcrowding those schools in that area. That's more traffic if more great-grandparents have to drive over there and pick them up. It's a mess. This whole thing is just a really bad idea. This subdivision must be stopped now until the traffic problem is solved. It's common sense. Just go over there, drive over there, and look at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 2:45 in the afternoon, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The traffic jam starts early. The kids don't get out of school till 2:45, 3 o'clock. And there's already traffic clear down the street. You can't get in and out. What if they had an emergency in there? Fire, ambulance. there would be no way to get in there and help and get out again. So please think about this subdivision more. Don't decide tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth from council chambers? Please.
Good evening. My name is Alan Lombardi. I live at 3333 Southwest Street, Visalia, California. And yeah, I would ask that the council give careful deliberation to the issues as presented. I know there's a lot of pain with growth and that there's always two sides to every issue, or as many issues, or as many sides as there are people here tonight, I suppose. But we would appreciate your consideration. It's been a long and I really believe a well thought out approach, both from the city of Porterville, from San Joaquin Homes, and I'm sure the community has a lot of input into this too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Oh, please.
Good evening. My name is Elise Lombardi, and I live at 1970 West Forest Avenue, which is right down the street from Summit Charter on just south of Olive. I also teach high school at Granite Hills High School, so I'm very used to traffic. I used to live in Los Angeles for 10 years, and I learned if I left 10 minutes later than I normally would, I wouldn't make it to the high school that I taught down in LA, and it was only 15 miles away. I'm not trying to minimize the concerns of the traffic because I've lived it, but I had to make sure that I got up in enough time, and I had 4 children too that I had to get to school. I had to get up early enough to make sure that I met all my obligations, both professionally and personally. So I am in favor of this project, and I do think that we, as a city, do need to solve the problem, though, on Castle, and I think that it is a solvable problem if they would open up Castle. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lombardi. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward in council chambers? See that there are none. Do we have any virtual?
Yes, Your Honor. It appears that we have one person who's indicating that they would like to speak.
Okay, please let that person in. Have them state their name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Coons, and I live at 2166 West Castle. I'm going to speak for my grandfather, Ben Ennis, because he could not attend due to some health issues to his wife. So I'm going to read his statement first, and then I'd like to go over some of my own. My name is Ben Ennis. I live at 1540 North Lombardi, straight across from the Lombardi School. Many times I've made a mistake of trying to get home off Westfield on Lombardi to have spent 40 minutes in line just trying to get back home. I've seen traffic backed up from Westfield, Westwood intersection from the school. As a developer, residential and commercial properties, I'm familiar with working with cities. Having done projects in 19 cities in California, I have also never been so discouraged with trying to get an answer from the council members. 3 phone calls and 22 emails regarding the traffic that has been created that I've been dealing with since 2019. As to the date, I still have yet to get a reply. The only response was for me to notify a Zoom meeting set up by Dennis Townsend on behalf of the county to try to solve the issue since the school was in the county, plus letting me know that the city received the comments to the environment impact report. I have sent 5 emails to the city manager, plus going to his office to try to talk to him in November of 21. His secretary asked if it was about what it was about as he was preparing to go into a meeting. So I went home, got on my computer, and sent her numerous documents and to the date, I still have yet to have a reply, a call, anything. I'm perplexed as to this to have never has happened to me any time before in any city. But if the city manager doesn't think it's important to respond to the people that pay his salary, I can see why the staff also does not respond. I was out of town on January 18th and the original city council meeting was scheduled, the hearing on the environment impact report, and I just asked for somebody to get it to me. Bottom line is, this is no way to run a city, and it would never have been tolerated due to the previous administration. Also, my wife does have medical issues, and living across the street does truly worry me at times with medical help and needing to get through. So I think at the end of the day, as I know I'm running out of time and he has a lot more to say, the city council has a really hard time replying to people. So I ask you to seriously get in the car and go sit on Lombardi and see what us, as people that have lived here in Porterville and are supporting small businesses in this town, have to deal with it just to get in and out of our homes.
Thank you very much for that.
Since I was talking to him, can I actually go over the more things that I had under me?
Well, I'm going to ask legal counsel.
I'd say go ahead and allow it since Mr. Ennis apparently was not able to.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Jennifer, please go ahead on yours.
Thank you. Another thing that happens every single day, and I have many friends and family members that their kids go to Lombardi, is the parents are traveling to Lombardi. If your child gets out at 2:45, they are traveling to Lombardi at an hour to sometimes even an hour and a half to get in line. So that line starts from the cross from my grandfather's house all the way. By the time that the kids are even out, it's curved around to Westfield. And so people even sometimes trying to pass Lombardi from Westfield to go over to Westwood cannot. So I know they talked about widening it and all of that, but to be honest with you, if you just got out there and you sat in your car and watched the traffic, this is not fixable. And a lot of people actually walk over there. A handful of old people actually live close by there and walk. And so if you're allowing more people to build or live in this area, that requires more cars, more everything. So and then along going back really quick about Castle, Castle could not go straight through as it would wipe out our front yard and come within 10 to 15 feet of the front door of, and also would take out our irrigation well. And so Gary McKeel came to us and talked about considering a lazy S to bring Castle through the property, as said it would be a possibility. Then he said that he would need to donate the land and the school would have to get a grate to put the road in and prevailing wages and all of that. And we've asked for meetings to discuss the traffic for a long time. We asked Jason to meet with us, with the traffic engineers, to let them know the issues that they've been appearing to the city administration. But people are choosing to just ignore us because we've been trying to get responses through your guys' city council for going back to 2019. So my question to you guys is, why is the city not involved possibly with Burton School and trying to solve this issue? Both are at fault for allowing this to happen, and both should be working together for the good of the community. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone? house that is coming in virtually?
No, Your Honor.
It is, oh,
I apologize, they just raised their hand right now. I can let them in.
okay, please let them in, so I can state their name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Glenn Miller. I live at 26980 Avenue 140 here in Porterville. I'm a parent of a child that used to attend Lombardi, so I have firsthand knowledge of the traffic that just about everybody that was presenting in front of you, as well as what Jennifer Coons had said about the traffic and everything else. So I think you guys understand that traffic problem. I just wanted to comment and say that there is a video that somebody took the drone on YouTube, and it's called Lombardi Dead End. If you want to peruse that video at your leisure, I think it will show you a lot of that traffic congestion. And although I think it would be very valuable for you as the council to go out and sit at those times when the traffic is heaviest, so that you can physically see the problem that there is going in and going out of that area. It is crazy, to say the least. So that's all I have to say. I don't have a problem with the project. I think that the project is great, but it needs some reworking as far as how things are going to flow in and out. And I agree with a lot of especially the first gentleman and Dustin Maddox. I agree with what they were saying about some of the details of the project as far as the city services and the traffic. So those are my concerns as well.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Do we have anyone else coming in virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. It is 8:38. We will close the public hearing and we will bring it back to council. Council, how do you wish to proceed? And do you have questions of staff? Do you have questions of the developer? Councilmember Reyes, I'm going to start with you.
No real question, just observation that, I mean, of course, the traffic situation is difficult out there. I've seen it. I know people act as if we haven't, but it's pretty easy to see when it's in full swing. The fact is, too, there's really nothing wrong with the project. And in fact, the developer has done a good job listening to what the public has said thus far. So there's really nothing wrong with the project, except for that a lot of people don't want it to be there. But there's really two issues. There's the project and there's the traffic issue that people are talking about. Two completely separate issues. And you know, I wanted to chime in before when you had mentioned that you had spoken with people, but my mute button wasn't working. So I've talked to Mr. Ennis before. I've talked to several residents as they've come into the council to address this issue. And so I'm pretty well aware of the situation. And in fact, looking at it from an air quality perspective, made inquiries at the air district about it. And one of the things that I find interesting is that the two people who planted this seed, or the two groups that planted this seed, aren't in this room right now. But as far as the traffic issue, the developer has a great project. They have nothing but the best interest in trying to get traffic flow with what they have to control. But the other issue, the traffic issue, those people aren't here, and it's frankly not before us. And that's the school district burden, and that's the county. And, you know, the school district managed to let this slip through their fingers like a catfish, their responsibility to fix this issue before it even started. But hey, it's in the county. So when does the city ever get to win against the county or the state, who the school district works with. So that's what we're faced with. And as far as communications, it's difficult when people threaten legal action. Communications tend to stop at that point. So I know tempers run high on this subject, but really when you're looking at the project, I think every effort from the developer has been made to meet what the people have been asking for in regard to the project.
Councilmember Stowe? You'll need to unmute.
Yes, thank you. In fact, I lost connection there for a while, and I'm sorry. I apologize. From the onset of this project, I think it was Mr. Callison mentioned Castle Street, and that was my main concern, those residents on Castle Street. But this project, as someone mentioned back when Lombardi School was being planned, I remember sitting on, I was working for the city then, and I sit on 2 meetings, that engineer, community development director, and they said that they told them then, the school district, that this problem would occur in the future. And they said, you need to do something about it. You only have one ingress and egress. And of course they said, they're not going to do anything. I sit at the meeting and I heard the superintendent come out of his mouth, we're not going to do anything about it because we don't have to. Yeah, that's going to be your problem in the future. And that was said, and I remember that vividly. And I have been down there. I've been down there twice just to see what traffic's like. I went in the morning and I went in the afternoon when school was out. And it is horrendous. I agree. But this project is at least giving one other outlet, or maybe a couple of them. But as Councilman Reyes says, the county and the school district, they have to solve this. We just don't have the money to come up and build a new road for. It just doesn't happen that way. We work with the school districts and try to plan the schools so we can plan the roads, ahead of time. And I know that everybody's angry and I don't like it. I wouldn't like it if I lived there. However, I don't think we have the legal obligation that we cannot say this is not going to change or we're not going to, but it's up to the county, is up, developer, we can't make him pay for those roads because he didn't create that problem. But we have to do something, and I know as a city, councilman, I want to do something. And especially I'm really concerned with people on Castle Street. That's, and I know it's going to take some configuration to put Castle Street all the way through. I don't know if that's possible even. I guess we just have to talk with the engineers and see what's going on with there. But that's my take on the whole subject.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Tate?
I've been listening to all of the comments and I've been reading the reports and trying to wrap my brain around this whole situation and how it began. And it sounds to me as if it's definitely a problem that needs to be resolved, but who's going to do that? Now this project, housing project, would allow the city to annex the property so that it would become part of the city. And then at that point, I think the city, and stop me if I'm wrong, please, because I could be. But then at that point, then maybe there is something that the city might be able to do. Sounds like there's an impasse for some reason with the school and the county because it's not in city property. If anyone can clarify that for me, it's a question I'm asking.
What is your question?
Well, back in a long time ago, like they were saying, there was a solution, but that solution wasn't liked by the property owners there, which was to put Castle through. And I think that was actually said on the record during public hearing. So the county abandoned that particular, so the road has been abandoned. So, and again, we don't have control over that. That's outside of, we wanted it through. We intended to have it through. We planned for it going through. County abandoned that at the request of the property owners that were there. That is my understanding. And Jason, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct,
what I
Ms. Lou.
understand.
In the circulation element, there is a way for council to go through. It's a curvilinear motion that goes through, and it's about, the general plan shows it about halfway up Lombardi, and that castle will then connect over all the way to Matthew there. And so there is a way for that to go through, as noted earlier. More than likely, that would be triggered with the development of those parcels. In the past, there has been different maps that have been submitted by the developer.
Not to have that go through, correct?
Correct. Those maps have been rejected, or comments. Let me retract my statement. Not rejected. Comments have been issued on those proposed maps or theoretical maps that would require that to go through.
Does that answer your question?
So, but the answer is the city's always looking for a way to try to make it better. And part of the, honestly, that's part of the reason why there's support here with regard to the plan that's been provided to you in front tonight, because it does at least make it better than it is right now. It may not be it may not be what everybody specifically wants, but it does help alleviate the current situation.
Thank you. Do you have any more? Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I wanted to just reiterate some of the information that was provided in the staff report. It was really lengthy and complex, so I read that, reviewed it. The project falls within the prescribed general plan density, is not out of character with the surrounding development. But I do understand the concerns from the residents in the area, especially as it pertains to the traffic circulation. But the initial traffic issue was from development from Summit Charter Academy, the Lombardi campus. So I have a two-part question. Did Lombardi campus project come through City Council? And the second part of that is, can a new development project be made to mitigate, offset, or otherwise correct an existing condition, which is, you kind of just talked about that, but that's my question.
The second one.
Thank you.
Maybe planning could answer the first one. But the answer would be no. So they are responsible for their impacts, so their exacerbation to an existing issue, but not the existing issue. In fact, it would be illegal for us to require that because it would violate, and I think this was actually said during the staff report, the rough proportionality test. There's actually there's case law that's been turned into the regulation. It was folded into the regulation. But back in 2015, there was a case by California Building Industry that went all the way to the Supreme Court on, talking about, well, can you basically require, what do you do when you have pre-existing conditions? And yeah, you don't even evaluate, you don't evaluate the existing condition, you evaluate the exacerbation of the existing condition. And then under the mitigation, there are mitigation requirements under the guidelines, and they all very clearly by definition say that you are mitigating the impacts, not the existing condition itself. It's the impacts of your project to those conditions. So yes, we can't require, we're requiring what we can, but of course we're trying to stay within the requirements.
Thank you. And the first part, did the Lombardi campus project come through City Council?
Yes, Vice Mayor. In reading through City Council minutes and memos on the file about the development of the school for Burton School District, the school did come through City Council. The first time that it came through, they were coming through to request the council to make a determination that the school was in compliance with the general plan, in conformance with the general plan, and the council made a determination that the school, the way it was being developed, was not in conformance with the general plan. So that finding was made on the record, and a subsequent.
Let me clarify too. That's what we have jurisdiction. That's the extent of our jurisdiction when we're talking about something that's outside the city boundaries.
Correct.
But was it within our urban development boundary at the time even, or was it our urban area? It was only our urban area boundary.
Correct.
So yeah. So so at the time we have very limited ability
and it's a school district
with our general plan.
building a school So we don't have, the city does not have authority over the school district when they're building a school. So when they're building a facility to educate children, to put it a better way, we don't have that ability. At a subsequent meeting, the project came back, and Burton had agreed that they would provide Castle to go through as a secondary emergency access. And so as the city council at that time then took a motion and approved that the Burton School District would be in conformance with the general plan if Castle was built through. I believe it was like a 26-foot wide road in reading through the minutes. But as we can see here today, that's not what occurred.
Thank you. Very helpful. And also thanks for the clarification on the extent of the city's jurisdiction. I do have one more, Mayor.
Please.
So, was a comment, at least one, about water usage. And because we just covered the water plan, more water would be used by this development, basically was a comment. Can you please explain how that would work? Would we
No,
use more or
definitely.
less?
The environmental document does a calculation based on demand. It provides demand measures of what that development would require as a demand for that to be constructed. So in the urban water management plan, it provides a series of reviews of your average consumption based on the city use across single-family, multifamily, residential. Also, we continue to track commercial and institutional usage. So when you look at the development of this specific piece of property and the demands that would be applied for this project, it's supported in a number of different ways. So through the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, there is a safe yield established through the GSA agency, which is the Eastern Tulare GSA, that provides a calculation of safe yield. Currently, the city of Porterville, or the service area of the city's UDB, falls within those guidelines, and the sustainable yield is 1.01 acre-feet per acre. So the undeveloped land, once it becomes serviced, there's a credit, if you will, to service that property. In addition to that property being serviced, which then brings a credit of available groundwater allocation, there's also a development within a irrigation district. So the irrigation district itself provides a level of return on surface water in which the city participates in the discussion that I had in the urban water management plan, where recharge efforts are done to offset the groundwater pumping. And so along with that, you have that return flow. And what will then be calculated in future uses will be return flows from the service itself. So as we look towards recycled water projects and the return flows from the sewer usage, the city roughly in average has a return flow about 42% of consumption comes back to the treatment plant, which goes to a return. Currently, it's being recycled at our reclamation facility, in which it's either recharged or it is used to grow fodder crops within our reclamation facility. So when you look at the numbers, they're just across the allocation of safe yield on the acreage being developed and the overlap within the Porterville Irrigation District, there's a very small difference of about 17 acre-feet of making a whole net neutral supply to the project. And then when you bring in a calculation of return flows from the development coming back to the city's wastewater treatment facility, you get a positive, about 48 acre-feet on the project. So in reality, the project on the impact of water is net neutral, and there's actually a greater return coming back to the facility to then treat the water to use through tertiary processes or our reclamation facility that results in ground credit to meet the sustainable goal for the city's continued operation.
Thank you, Mr. Knight.
No question from the public. This is our moment. This is a council conversation. So, thank you. I want to thank you, Vice Mayor. There's a lot to be taken into consideration with this evening, and I have driven by the schools, Radine, just so that you know, at those times, at those different locations. And I happened to get stuck at Burton School one day, and I was invited to go, and I couldn't leave the premises because it was the bus that was going to pick up the kids, and then all the traffic. So I had to wait for about 45 minutes before I could exit the campus. So yes, to that question. I do believe that the school, Lombardi, is a magnet school, and there is no transportation from the school district provided there. I don't know that. I'm just asking the question that parents actually do drop the students off because it is a magnet school.
Correct, it's a school of choice, you're right.
Pardon me?
Yes, it's a school of choice.
It's a
so
school
that
of
is correct.
choice. Okay. And as I was reading the information with regard to the schools and learning the process, that when a school is being built, it's under a different jurisdiction, or they go through the state, they work through the state, they pretty much set their own contractors, their consultants, and they're going to develop the school at the site. Then, as I heard, that in this case there was conversation with the city, and the city stated that the problem of ingress and egress at that time is a problem, but they still built the school, and that was not something that we could control or even be a part of, because county, school district, conversations in that process. And I understand your comment about Granite Hills and the conversation, because I'm a retired school district employee and know when the school was actually built and came back to get access up to the school. Once again, that is a state project. When they work, they place it, and guess what? You have to deal with it, and so I can understand where your comment, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate the comments to this regard. I'm going to tell on myself, because Westwood is where I grew up, and there were no homes out there. It was all ranches. And then it started growing, development, and all the way. So I do know Castle because I lived on Avenue 168. So I comprehend the area of where it's at, but over the years, the development has grown. And I do have a question, and I'm just going to ask the question for somebody from the developers, Mr. Robinson or somebody who, I just have a question, because as I look at the map, the homes, because I can drive in different areas out and I see single-family dwelling, but I also see big homes in areas that are in place. And your homes, how large are they going to be?
Smallest home is around 1,300 square feet, and the largest is around 3,000 square feet.
1,300 square feet to 3,000?
3,000.
And well, I'm just going to say, is this development market rate, or is it going to be a market rate?
It's all market rate.
I see Councilmember Reyes has a question for you.
Yes.
That his hand is raised.
I raised it before. I was going to clarify something I started to say earlier. I can wait until after you finish the question.
Okay. Did Councilmember still have a question while Mr. Robinson is here?
I'm sorry, excuse me. Lombardi Street, is there any way that we can widen that? Is there enough property on the one, I guess it's the west side to widen it?
The development is widening it. It's about a 2/3 half to 2/3 street existing out there now, and we're gonna widen it out to full width. There is one house in the middle of Lombardi that, even with the widening that's proposed, encroaches into their front yard quite a bit. But other than what's being proposed, that, I have to kind of leave that up to the city engineer to let us know if there's other options to widen the street.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have questions? No more questions? Councilmember Tate, did you have questions? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Robinson. How does council wish to proceed on this? I have a question for legal counsel. Say, for instance, if we don't make a determination and if we have more things can we continue the public hearing?
Well, you can do a couple things. Well, you've closed the public hearing. You could continue deliberations.
Continue the deliberations?
Yeah, I mean, you could reopen the public hearing if you want to do that, but
No,
or you
no.
can just continue deliberations if you decide you want to take more time to talk about it. So,
No.
Okay.
We've already closed the public hearing. Did, Councilmember Reyes, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to kind of expand on a comment I started to make regarding the air district. So when there was talk of even before this, there was talk of traffic and even some pollution due to the traffic that was maybe being generated by the traffic that was at a standstill. And so it was at that point that I contacted the air district, which I had mentioned in my previous comments. So when asking them from the perspective, not of this development, because that's been looked at, I'm sure by multiple agencies for this development, but just for the residents that are within city limits that are on Lombardi that had to deal with traffic and maybe pollution because of that traffic, that mitigation factor was the castle was supposed to be extended. The air district presented me with documents and actually they were surprised that it wasn't done. So my point is that there's a lot of people that were left with table scraps because of what the district had done. So, I just wanted to clarify when I mentioned the air district, what that was in respect to. Thank you.
Well, how does council wish to proceed? My mind is thinking right now because it's a process, and it's a process that the project is a good project. I don't have a problem with the project itself. How does council feel about continuing the deliberation? Because we have a lot of information that was provided by the community and others. And as I stated, the electronic correspondences that we received. I want to make it clear, we do read them. I do read them. And I know there could be some sensitivity, but again, I understand your concerns. And how do you wish to proceed on this?
Well, if we extend the, and come back and talk about it later, is there anything we can change until, I don't think there's anything we can change until it becomes, part of the city.
Correct.
Any changes have to be, it's going to be done by the county.
Correct, and then it has to go through the LAFCO process. It
Right,
has to go
and
through the process because as it is right now, it is a county project. And it is not our project, it's the developer's project who is diligently working with city staff to make it as a good transition as possible for the development of housing. And first of all, that's important because we talk about growth. We talk about having houses that are affordable. I do know, and I have seen the flows, because I've been on the campuses, and like I said, I got stuck in one of them and couldn't leave. But there's a lot to be, and I thank the community that came forward and said that they're agreeable to the project. Do we, as a council, want to continue the deliberations so that we can take everything that was brought to the table here?
job is to go back to LAFCO and tell them, that this project, that we have no issues with the project as far as water is concerned, the traffic, yes. And I think that's our job with this project. Now, we can't make any determinations of, if the project is not good or not. That's strictly up to the county. If it should be passed. So I don't think there's any reason for us to come back with deliberation. If I'm not mistaken.
I'm looking at legal counsel.
No, I mean, I'm just making sure I understand Councilmember Stowe's comment. Councilmember, you're basically saying it'd be better just to make a motion tonight. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, because, what can we change? Legally, what can we change?
I don't see any change. I mean,
So I understand. I apologize. I apologize for interrupting. Legal counsel, please answer that question. I was going to say something. No. Please
saying,
answer the question to
think
council
that-
member
I
Stowe.
think as far, and we're not going to, I mean, the traffic situation with regard, in terms of this project has been dealt with to the extent it can be.
Okay.
I think that's, if that's what the question
understand.
is. I don't know, council can do, and you guys have the ability. You can decide you want to continue deliberations, or you can decide you want to, that's totally within your guys' prerogative. It's not a legal question. So that's up to you guys, but I don't know that, if you're asking what will be, I think I heard Councilmember Stowe, what can be done between now and the next meeting. I don't know that anything with regard to this project will change. I'm sure the council can or the city can independently look at other issues of dealing with traffic circulation in general out there.
Okay.
You have to deal with the fact that there's existing development.
Correct.
Every time we make a change to traffic circulation changes, that affects one or more properties because roads have to go through. That's why we want to get these situations dealt with
Okay.
earlier than later, which is why we're sort of limited with what we can do now, because, everything we talk about involves widening, involves taking property, all those things, and you're never going to be able to make everyone happy.
Okay,
Because somebody's
then-
going to get negatively affected by
Let
the
me-
changes
then-
that are being proposed by the city.
Thank you. Well, then let me ask this question, all right? Because scenario, say for instance, the motion is made to adopt what we have. LAFCO still has the decisioning factor to this one as well.
Right, there is, so this, the way this works is the tentative map the approval is contingent on LAFCO's approval of land annexation at LAFCO. I think that's what Councilmember Stowe was trying to point out. So there are still other approvals that have to happen by other jurisdictions, namely at LAFCO, because LAFCO has a jurisdiction over annexation of the property into the city.
Thank you, and which is where staff would work with LAFCO staff. That's where that connectivity, it would be city staff working with the LAFCO staff to take the LAFCO commission for a determination as to whether it would be annexed or not. And again, the developer would be working with the county as well. That is the clarification I needed to seek. Any other questions from council? And Councilmember Stowe, thank you for that because it clarified to what legal counsel was clarifying and clarified going back to why we're here this evening.
Mayor, I have a.
Go ahead, please.
So on that, would that be relevant to the number 6 of the recommendations for the adopting the draft resolution requesting that Tulare LAFCO initiates the proceedings for annexation?
Yeah, so they go through the steps, but in the meantime, city staff will be working with the information that was presented here this evening and with the developer, and they will be working with the county to this regard?
Well, no, LAFCO needs this approval and then they proceed, correct?
Oh,
I don't know. Let Jason's a better one.
That's why I'm looking over there.
Correct, Ms. Lou. So if the council tonight makes the determination and approves adopting the draft resolutions, the draft ordinance, at that point, then city staff will then, after those resolutions are approved, if approved, signed, transfer those over to Tulare LAFCO. And at that point, we will work with LAFCO as LAFCO will process the annexation. It will go before their commission for a vote.
Okay.
It's not the county, it goes before LAFCO.
Please ask your question.
So currently, where we're at on this is that because this whole debacle is out of our control as a city, as far as the traffic issues and, you know, everything with getting the kids to the school safely and people being able to get in and out, we're not able to do anything unless this property is annexed in. So at that point, then the problem could be resolved ultimately by the project itself.
Well, I think the project's going to, given what's been presented, the road, what we are approving is what the project looks like. I don't know, an annexation will just be looking at whether or not it's the property itself is annexed into the city. So it's not, you know, what I was proposing is that there are other, like, I think it was said before by Councilmember Reyes, two separate issues. You have the project and its impacts, and you also have just the general problem of the traffic out there. And I think, you know, the city can look, and I mean, they already, quite frankly, it already has. This has been an issue that I've been working for the city for over 20 years, and this has continually come up over and over again with regard to the issues out there. So I know that the city has been trying to find ways to deal with it. It's just that, you know, when we propose something, it doesn't necessarily get listened to, unfortunately. And yeah, we will have more power once it's in the city. Whether or not we can deal, you know, we'll have to, but now we got to deal with all the development that's happened in the meantime. So, you know, we still have some practical issues with trying to, you know, pull a rabbit out of our hat and magically wave a wand and fix the traffic problem out there. But the city absolutely has an interest in dealing with it as well.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring it back to council, and I'm going to ask council, how do they wish to proceed? And if we have no other questions of staff, we have no other questions of legal counsel.
You know, Your Honor, I still have a question.
Okay.
And it's probably more for Julia. Is it possible, even if we pass this project tonight, that we can still get with LAFCO or the county or whoever and see if we can resolve the traffic problem? You know, if they can change it, I don't know. Is it too late, or?
I don't know. Is it too late? I mean, we're always willing to talk to the county and
Yes.
about those issues.
So, Ms.
think
Lou, would you like
everyone
for me
should
to address the comment? So,
Yeah.
so actually, the castle extension, in our general plan, is actually to be located within the city limits as currently is in the city limits. This project as proposed, the Brookside Subdivision as well as the school are currently in the county. So this annexation, if council approves, adopts this, and the annexation gets approved by a LAFCO, what that will do, it will bring in the school as well as these properties within this development to the city limits to be developed to city standards. Now, the extension of Castle, that's already laid out within our general plan circulation element and is within the city limits. So, with direction, the engineering director is on Zoom. We could look at, as it is planned in our general plan, what that looks like with the Castle extension, what thresholds, and oftentimes development is what drives the development of as roads, as mitigation measures. As you heard Mr. Robinson state, Lombardi, as a condition of approval, is to be widened to 60 feet. That is to meet city code. Hopefully I answered your question, sir.
So when Castle, the answer to that is when Castle develops, normally that would be when we would have a trigger to require that developer to put that improvement in. Because now we've got the proportionality that we need on the impacts, basically. So the only other option is for the city to independently do it, right? I think that may be what you're asking, because it's already within the city, but we would have to find funding and figure out
the direction of
how that makes sense. And that would be
council
the
and an appropriation of funds.
Yeah.
Staff could engage to design as well as acquire the necessary right-of-way for that to take place, if that's the council so desire.
Councilmember Stowe, did that answer your question?
Yeah, pretty much so. Thank you.
It's a consideration and a conversation we've all had before over the years with other school projects.
Oh, yes.
All right, I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to bring it back to council, and I'm going to ask council, how do they wish to proceed?
You know, I would like to approve the project because I think it's a good project. But I like to put an emphasis if we can possibly send a letter, not to LAFCO or to the county or both, you know, that they consider, you know, a way to mitigate the traffic problem that we have. I mean, because they abandoned Castle to begin with, which made this a fiasco to start, and we knew that was going to happen. You know, we just didn't know how soon it was going to happen, and now the traffic is building because the school is growing. But anyway, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the project.
You've made the motion to approve. I have a question, but somebody needs to go.
Why don't you, what I'd recommend is that you ask for a
Exactly.
second and then you guys can continue discussion.
Exactly. Okay. Councilmember Stowe, the motion that you have made is for the staff recommendations?
That's correct.
Want to call for a second, or are you going to?
I'm going to call for the second so that I can.
You're going to make a second or call? Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you.
I'm going to make a second, but I want to make sure that the public knows that the motion is, and I'm going to go verbatim what's on here because you need to know what it is. That to adopt the draft resolution certifying the EIR and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, adopt the draft resolution amending the general plan to reflect land use designation of the site as low-density residential, introduce and waive the first reading of the draft ordinance pre-zoning the respective portions of the site to RS low-density residential district and the PS public and semi-public district, adopt draft resolution approving the conditional use permit, adopt draft resolution approving the tentative subdivision map with conditions, and adopt draft resolution requesting that Tulare LAFCO initiates proceedings for annexation. We have the motion. I made the second, but I want to make one comment before we call for vote. The comment I want to make is with regard to Councilmember Stowe's request for a letter to LAFCO. Is this a letter that you're requesting that city staff send, or is this a letter that you're requesting that as a council or mayor, or what? How is the letter that you wish to proceed with?
The mayor or city council, whatever, I mean, because I'm not sure all city council members want to agree with me, but I just think there's got to be a better way, and I think the county and the school district will definitely, we all just need to get together and figure out a better way.
Well, I would agree with the part that we have to address. They need to understand the traffic situation with an emphasis on the traffic and with access to ingress and egress. But it will be the determination once this project is presented to that commission and go from there. Does council member have any more comment? No comment? I'm going to call for the vote. Please.
Councilmember Tate?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Councilmember Reyes?
No.
Vice Mayor Carrillo?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes 4-1. And it is 9:20, and we will take a 10-minute break.
May I
Oh,
read
please,
the ordinance
please,
by
please
title
read it.
only?
I apologize. I
It's okay.
apologize.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville approving a zone change, PRC 2020-044, from RS1 Very Low Density Residential to RS2 Low Density Residential for APNs 245, 010, 037, 041, and 087.
Thank you. 10-minute break. Does Mr. Law?
Thank you, Your Honor. For our third public hearing this evening is to consider a minor conditional use permit for Stanton Optical, and Mr. Widen will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. I've asked Mr. Oscar Cepeda to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members, city manager, and staff. So the third item we have for the public hearing today is a minor conditional use permit for Stanton Optical. In January 2022, city staff received an application for an establishment of Stanton Optical, an optometrist office proposed to be located at 940 West Henderson Avenue within the Porterville Town Center. In accordance with Table 20302 of the Porterville Development Ordinance, the establishment of office, business, or professional offices greater than 5,000 square feet in size per law or integrated commercial development requires approval of a minor conditional use permit. So therefore, on January 26, 2022, the Project Review Committee reviewed the project that would allow the establishment of Stanton Optical. The project proposes tenant improvements to the existing facility, and the optometrist office falls within the medical facilities, professional medical in the Portable Development Ordinance land use classifications. There are currently existing office uses within the shopping center that include Keller Williams Realty Office with approximately 1,900 square feet of space, as well as H&R Block with approximately 2,291 square feet of office space. The proposed project for Stanton Optical consists of 3,826 square feet, and with this new development, it would exceed the 5,000 square feet allowable within the integrated commercial development. Approval of a minor conditional use permit is required for the proposed new use in accordance with the Portable Development Ordinance Table 20302. As far as the subject site, it is consistent with our general plan land use designation and zoning standards for the retail centers. The proposed project is exempt pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15301, existing facilities. A notice of exemption will be filed with Tulare County if the proposed project is approved. I would like to also add that as far as this new business, we are seeing a trend to adapt to future business, different models for offices. In order to keep up with future trends as far as how businesses for office uses are going to adapt with any future trends. As far as our guiding policies and our general plan, it will complement land use guiding policies 11, which would foster strong, visually attractive regional commercial centers with a mix of tenants to serve both local and regional needs. And also, this use would meet our implementation policies, land use implementation policy 22, which would promote and support the revitalization and infill development in existing retail shopping centers. With that, staff would make the recommendation that City Council adopt the draft resolution approving the minor conditional use permit for Stanton Optical subject to conditions of approval. And staff is available for any questions.
I will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come forth with regard to the public hearing? There is none in the council chambers. Is there anyone virtual?
No, Your Honor.
We don't have any. It is 9:36. We will close the public hearing and bring it to council. Did you have any questions? There are no questions. How does council wish to proceed?
I'll make a motion to adopt the draft resolution approving the minor conditional use permit for Stanton Optical, subject to conditions of approval.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. Vice Mayor made the motion, a second by Councilmember Reyes. No further discussion, call for vote.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Councilmember Reyes,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now move into item number 8 of the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. The final public hearing this evening is consideration of mitigated negative declaration for development of water basin, and Mr. Reitenour will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Honorable Mayor and City Council, the city is proposing the construction and operation of a new stormwater recharge basin to support the airport area as well as the Eagle Mountain Casino. The basin would have a depth of roughly 13 feet and a high water line designated to be at 5 feet above the basin floor with a capacity of approximately 200 acre-feet. In addition, the proposed project would include cast-in-place storm drain outlets, manholes, as well as an underground 72-inch storm drain pipe underneath Road 216, Avenue 130, and West Street. The proposed project will relocate an existing recirculation pond from its existing location west of the project site to north of the project site due to an existing pond being acquired by the Friant Authority. The project is currently owned by the city and would continue to be owned by the city with the implementation of the project. Once operational, the proposed project would bring stormwater runoff from the airport area and casino development area. The project would be utilized to recharge any available surface water that the city is able to acquire as well. If approved, construction is estimated to start in the spring of 2022 and be operational later this year. Approximately 555,310 cubic yards of soil would be excavated from the project site and transported to the Teapot Dome landfill. On January 17th of this year, the environmental coordinator made a preliminary determination that a mitigated negative declaration be appropriate for the project. Mitigation measures were identified for biological resources, cultural resources, and tribal cultural resources. The initial study has been transmitted to State Clearinghouse as well as to interested agencies, groups, individuals for review and comment. Review period ran for 30 days, and at the time of the report, only one comment was received from the Department of Division of Safety of Dams. Staff is working with that agency to answer any questions proposed in regard to the design of the stormwater recharge basin to better allow the division to determine if the project is within their jurisdiction. The outcome of the city's discussions may result in minor project revisions if needed, but it will not affect the environmental determination. Staff's recommendation that the City Council adopt the draft resolution approving the mitigated negative declaration of environment impact and direct staff to proceed with the Casino Basin project. Staff is available for questions.
And just real quickly, I'll clarify that Councilmember Vice Mayor Carrillo has a conflict on this due to her previously disclosed relationship as a tribal member with regard to this being in relation to a tribal project. So she's gone ahead and taken herself out of the discussion.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And to add to that, it is an entirely city-funded project. There's no
It's just-
tribal
yeah.
funds attached to it, but appropriate action.
Thank you. It is appreciated. Okay. It is 9:40. We will open up the public hearing. Are there any comments? There are none. In council chambers, do we have any virtually?
No, Your Honor.
We have none virtually. It is 9:41. We will close the public hearing, and I'll bring it back to council. How does council wish to proceed?
Move to approve staff recommendation, which is one, to adopt a draft resolution approving mitigating negative declaration of environmental impact, and two, direct staff to proceed with the Casino Basin project.
We have the motion by Councilmember Reyes.
I'll second it.
And a second by Councilmember Tate. No further discussion. Call for vote.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Councilmember Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous, 4-0. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for that. That decision was wise. All right, we will now go on to the second readings.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have two second readings before the council this evening. The first is to provide second reading to Ordinance 1889, an ordinance adjusting the boundaries of the city council districts. As the city council is aware, it made took an action to adopt an ordinance at your last meeting in a timely fashion in the adoption of what the local maps would be under the redistricting provisions. And so before you this evening, your second reading. And important to note that upon this action, it will become effective immediately. So the boundaries would be the districts would be newly established to the boundaries that have been defined.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and make the motion with the staff recommendation
I'll second.
that they give the second reading by title only and waive further reading and ordinance to print.
Second.
Okay.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Councilmember Reyes,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now go into the,
Read by title only.
oh,
Your Honor.
I apologize.
That's okay.
After I
No,
read it, right
no,
here.
This is one.
It's
This
getting
is one.
late.
Go forward. Ordinance number 1889. Yeah, three of us probably ready to go. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville, California, adjusting the boundaries of City Council electoral districts and redefining the boundaries of all City Council electoral districts of the City of Porterville, California, and amending Exhibit A to Section 2-1.3 of Chapter 2, Article 1 of the Porterville Municipal Code.
Thank you very much for that. We'll now go on to number 10.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next second reading is to consider an ordinance approving changes to Chapter 13 dash garbage and refuse of the Porterville Municipal Code. As the City Council will recall, adopted an ordinance in line with the new state regulations with regards to recycling and organic materials. And so this is before you again for second reading.
Council, this was done at the last council meeting, and it's being brought back for the second reading. You wish to proceed?
I'd like to make a motion that the city council give second reading to ordinance 1890 by title only, waive further reading, and adopt said ordinance.
I'll second. We have a motion, we have a second, no further discussion. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Councilmember Reyes,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. And we will now move on to the schedule.
Read by title only.
Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
apologize.
See, I
I'm
missed
just-
that one.
Ordinance
I got it. Ordinance
I waited
number
to-
1890, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending Chapter 13 garbage and refuse by updating terminology and definitions and the addition of Section 13-25 regarding Senate Bill 1383 regulations and enforcement. Good catch, City Attorney.
All right. Thank you for that. We will now go into scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have two scheduled matters before the council this evening. The first is to consider municipal code dog leash requirements. This item was had been on the consent agenda at the request of Mayor Flores and was approved by City Council for to be scheduled as a scheduled matter this evening. There's kind of two provisions within within the city's code that deal with, and there's others that deal with leash laws, so to speak, as well. But kind of specific to the request that the mayor had talked about, the limitation on 6 feet, and it perhaps being extended. And And if I understood correctly, the gentleman that had brought the interest had talked about being in a park setting, which actually there's allowances to be unleashed, I guess I would say. So within a designated dog park, which we certainly have one at the sports complex and plan to have a second in conjunction with the new animal shelter, the ability to have dogs off leash safely, I guess I would say in those regards, is favorable. The second provision or the second code kind of deals more with folks walking their dogs on the sidewalks and keeping them within the safe, out of the lanes of travel. Happy to answer any questions or provide any further.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for this because the young man that brought it to my attention he did his research on the leash requirement, and he wanted to know what he could do to amend what we have in place from 6 feet to 15 feet. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, that's not something that can just be done. It has to be brought to council for discussion, and I would look at it as a safety. And I called him to let him know that it was being discussed today, but he was just wanting to know because he said he was at the sports complex playing with his dogs, but then the dog park is right there, which would be a different venue that he could actually do that. And I looked up the code, and I'm glad I'm seeing it right here, that will allow and permit to run. But my concern would be the safety and to be able to control the dog, how large the dog is. And I think that 15 feet is kind of scary, especially if you're going to be in a public setting.
Okay, I knew nothing until earlier today about leashes, but I did look at
Okay.
a little bit, and from what I can tell, 6 feet is kind of the standard on the long side of the standard, because if you go longer than that, they run the risk of tangling up, or it's harder to control. And so I think if you were going to look at longer leash laws, you would also want to restrict where you were going to allow those longer leashes. But I think it's, the fact that you guys have options where there's no leash at all required is really kind of the better option, because then you don't have an entanglement issue, yet you have a safe place for the dog to be.
The challenge that this has come up before, it's actually, so you have this public space or right-of-way. And an example would be, I know folks walk their dogs around Veterans Park and those sorts of things, and I walk my dogs regularly, and I keep them on less than 6 feet.
Right.
But typically, I'm walking on sidewalks next to
They say
right-of-way.
3 or 4 feet for when you're dealing with
But
that.
if I take them to a park,
Yeah.
certainly the leash goes out longer, and I'll allow them to, I still want to maintain control of them, but I will let them go out. So having that, walking them on the beach, same thing, right? You have to have them on a leash, but there isn't a length requirement on the state that I'm aware of, from the state requirements. So, it's one of those where there's certain things that may make sense on a road right away that may not, still on a leash, certainly if you were, for example, at Zalad Park, but, maybe you'll make.
Yeah, and there is no state standard requirement. I looked for that too. It's wholly governed by local municipalities and jurisdictions.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm just going to see if Councilmember Reyes had any questions. Not questions, but dialogue. It's only just a dialogue as far as a clarification.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing this forward, especially when a citizen is concerned with it. But I have an opinion, and I know that back a few years ago when we looked at the whole animal control ordinance, there was a whole suite of changes that were made and regulations that were brought in anticipation of one day having a more localized animal control shelter and facility here. But more than just for the facility, I don't know if people can remember how many animals were being picked up from the side of the roads. I remember there were days when scarcely days when I would see a dog or a cat, maybe 10 years ago, somewhere on my way across town. And because of the animal control regulations that were implemented a few years back, that a lot of things have changed, and the licensing requirements helped. A lot of the rescues became more involved because there were studies that were done. So I'm hesitant to change anything until we get the facility up and working and under the guidance and recommendation of those who are experts in the field. But I definitely appreciate bringing this forward. But also there's a clarification, it sounds like, for where this activity of having the dog off the leash or a longer distance is already approved.
Thank you for that, because gentleman that brought it to my attention said, I think you guys brought it back in 2015, so I'm looking it up, and it was 2015 that this was brought to the table. Councilmember Stowe?
No, Your Honor, I really don't have anything to say. I just know that my wife keeps me on a short leash. So
Thank you. Councilmember Tate?
Personally, I wouldn't want my dogs to be on a 15-foot leash. They'd be wrapped around me within 3 seconds probably, and I wouldn't be able to move. So it seems unsafe, and I think the current ordinance is appropriate as far as the way it's written.
Vice Mayor?
I do walk my dogs and I hike a lot, and I feel like just because I think my dog is safe, other people don't always appreciate that. I think our current ordinance is sufficient.
Well, as I read it and it brought to the table, but because it was important to this one individual, he really did his research and brought to the table all the information and even sent the ordinances. I want to be clear that 6 feet, not to exceed 6 feet, should remain, and the discussion is clear, but I appreciate it. That's pretty much, it was just a conversation, and I indicated that in order for us to have a discussion, it had to be done at City Council. So we will just move on to the next item. I appreciate the council members and staff. Okay, we'll now move on to the next item.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Final scheduled matter this evening is your regular status and review of proclamation of local emergency for COVID-19. As the council is aware, it made its initial declaration of local emergency on March 17th, 2020, and last reviewed and made its continued findings of local emergency at its last meeting on February 15th, 2022. Tulare County statistics as of just before this meeting, March 1st, 2022, and these are going to be in relation to your last meeting on February 15th. So these are going to be increases since, or reflective of your last meeting. So confirmed cases increased 7,445 in Tulare County for a total of 101,617. In the 93257 area code, there was an increase of 225 for 20,616. There were an increase of 22 reported deaths for a total of 1,298, and an increase of 6,277 recoveries for a total of 98,827. There are currently, according to Tulare County, 1,492 active cases, which is a reduction of 3,843 from 2 weeks ago. And in the 93257 area code, it's reduced 939 for a total of 356 active cases. Vaccinations over the last 2 weeks saw an increase of 3,579 vaccinations for now a total of 276,322 in Tulare County. And hospitalizations, so total hospitalized reduced by 46 to 78 total as of this evening. Sierra View is reporting a reduction of 13 for a total of 13 hospitalized. From Tulare County, of the 78 hospitalized, 74 are confirmed and 4 suspected. The confirmed is reduction of 47, and the suspected is up one. For Sierra View, again, there's 13 current patients. 11 of them are confirmed, which is a reduction of 12 over 2 weeks ago. And then they have 2 suspected, which is 1 less than they were 2 weeks ago. In the ICU, there's 8 ICU patients countywide. Sierra View is reporting 7 in its ICU, which is a reduction of 3. 10 is the max that they have at Sierra View, but they do not differentiate between COVID and non-COVID. PDC remains in warm status. California Department of Public Health, it was reported at your last meeting, maintain the face covering requirement for unvaccinated individuals indoors, effective February 16th. Just yesterday, CDPH released new guidance recommending face coverings for all individuals, public indoors, effective March as recommended, not required for either vaccinated or unvaccinated. And also by CDPH guidance issued yesterday on February 28th, Monday, February 28th. The guidance terminates universal masking of K-12 and child care students effective March 12th, 2022. The CDC continues to classify Tulare County as a high transmission county, which their designation of high transmission is if there are 100 cases per 100,000 over 7 days. Tulare County right now is experiencing 27.1 per 100,000 per day right now, which is a reduction, though, of 41.7 per day per 100,000. So certainly is improving. Since your last meeting, there was a community roundup event that was held on February 17th through 19th, which saw 1,761 individuals participate. I don't have a breakdown yet of whether they were first, second, or third doses of that. And given the council's action from your last meeting, there are roundup events being planned for March 10th through 12th and March 31st through April 2nd. I had previously reported on city unpaid utilities, and there'll be an update to that at your next meeting, if so desired by council. So for consideration by council this evening would be review and determine if the need continues for designation of local emergency, as well as to adopt the draft resolution of AB 361, which allows for emergency virtual participation in scheduled meetings. Staff's report, happy to answer your questions or providing further information.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, for the information. Does council have any questions? Councilmember Reyes?
Well, I just wanted to clarify that some of the information that Mr. Lawless gave based on cases that have, in regard to COVID, that have happened since our last meeting was information from the county.
That's correct. It's from the county's COVID-19 website.
Okay, and understandably, my words, no one else's, that the county is sometimes reluctant to even have numbers that seem high to me compared to, there was some public comment that had other numbers, and so just wanted to point out that the county has numbers that seem to be different from what we may have heard earlier. Also, I just wanted to mention too that I had commented previously at other meetings that once the vaccination effort reaches a plateau, whether that's two roundup events in a row that seem to have plateaued, that the council consider what the scheduling of that looks like and maybe rounding out that effort, but also being able to reserve a future effort. But just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe, any comment, question?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Tate?
I think that perhaps we should call an ad hoc meeting and discuss this a little bit further. But how many did you say that we had at the last clinic?
1,761, and I did leave off an important piece of information. I apologize. So total ARPA funds expended in support of this in local business gift certificates is $1,647,000 at this point.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
No questions.
How does council wish to proceed?
I would propose that we approve the proclamation approve the proclamation. And then we need to reevaluate following a ad hoc COVID meeting. So that's two separate motions, so.
You can do one motion to approve the proclamation, look at scheduling and a follow-up ad hoc meeting, and also I think we need to also include the approval of the draft resolution for the virtual meetings.
Okay.
But you can do it all in one motion if you would like.
Yes, I'd like to do that all in one motion. So approve the proclamation and then also schedule an ad hoc meeting to reevaluate and then.
And the resolution on
and
the
the
virtual
resolution
meetings.
on the virtual meetings.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Councilmember Reyes?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous 5-0. We'll now go into oral communications. Are there any oral communications? Please come forward.
Something to say about the proclamation of local emergency. I noticed nobody has a face mask on tonight. On January 18th, face mask was a big deal. I got arrested for it. Then the next meeting I came to, nobody even mentioned masks. What's the deal with that? Is it emergency, local emergency, or isn't it? That arrest is on my record for the rest of my life. It's just not right. It's not fair. You keep continuing this local emergency. There's no reason to continue it. We have treatments for COVID now. Vaccines don't work. It's been proven. That's the science. Why do you keep pushing vaccines, especially on children? It's an experimental vaccine. It's not approved for only emergencies only, and you keep pushing it and handing out $100 gift certificates. If you have 6 kids and get them vaccinated at one of these roundups, that's $600. And if you have mom and dad, that's $800. You think they're going to turn it down? No. If they're poor, they need that money, and they'll let you pump them full of whatever. It's just not right. The people of Porterville have had enough with this emergency proclamation. It's crazy. It makes no sense at all anymore. There are so many treatments out there for COVID. We don't have to fear it anymore, and I don't know why you're so afraid of it, especially Councilmember Tate. She says every time, oh, we need to continue it. On what basis? What basis? There's none. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now go into other matters. Councilmember Reyes, I'm going to start with you.
I have nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe?
I have nothing, Your Honor, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Tate?
No, I have nothing.
Vice Mayor
I have
Carrillo.
a few. So first, I just wanted to mention a couple things. One, that I was asked to participate in the Reading Across America at Westfield School. So I'm going to read with a 2nd and 3rd grade class tomorrow, actually. And then just for transparency, that I did an interview with Hopper last week and just talked a little bit about our reorganization, basically my appointment, and talking about that I am the first Native American to serve on council at Porterville City Council, and then now serve as vice mayor. So talked a little bit about that. But there's a few things I wanted to acknowledge with the staff. And one is that I did attend the memorial for the 2 firefighters. There was a private ceremony for the families, and then a small, memorial to acknowledge the monument that was put and the flagpole. And I thought it was done extremely well with all the circumstances that we're in. It was very respectful for the families. The flagpole and the monument are beautiful. And I like the way that everything was laid out and presented to the community. So I wanted to thank the department for that. The second thing that I just wanted to acknowledge is, you know, in working with the city and hearing some of the reports and then, you know, doing our research with the documents and information that's presented, I just want to acknowledge that there's a lot of grants that are being sought after by the different departments. And I don't know if that's something typical that always goes on, or if it's just right now during the period that there is a lot of funding available. But I know that in addition to the ongoing responsibilities and duties that all these departments have, that there's a significant amount of work going on for grants. So it's not just coming out of public funds, it's you know, they're really seeking all these different various forms of funding, and I really want to acknowledge that because I know that's a big task, and we are receiving a lot of those grants, so good stuff there. And that's all, Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge those few things.
Thank you. I too will be at Read Across America at Westfield School. My class assignment are the kindergartners. I did attend the Boot Bar grand opening. Welcome to Porterville. The Porterville College, I was at the attendance for the groundbreaking for the Allied Health Building project. I too was at the ceremony that the family had for the memorial and the firefighters. And it was warm felt, it was very difficult. But to have the firefighters that came from different cities and the police department and the personnel that were there to support the family and to speak to some of the firefighters that did serve, and they were just, it was an honor to be there with them, talking to them and speaking to the families, and how they were very appreciative that Porterville has always had an open heart for them, especially by the mothers. I spoke to both of them afterwards, and how I really want to say that Fire Chief Cogburn, in his presentation, in his virtues that he expressed within his presentation, he talked about the strength and the resiliency of this community, and those stayed with my heart. I also attended a surprise recognition of Sean Roberts of Imperial Ambulance. Our county supervisor, Mr. Townsend, acknowledged him for all the work and efforts and his staff has done through Imperial Ambulance in the vaccination efforts for the city of Porterville. And it was a surprise. He did not know. There were a few people, it was his staff. He was to be commended, and it was a representative from the college and more of the hospital staff. And it was just an honor and a privilege to be at that. Mr. Lawless.
I certainly appreciate the comment, and I appreciate Mr. Cogburn and Chief Cogburn and Chief Costello's assistance on February 18th and their personnel as well. And in kind of continuing with that theme, we city staff, when the temperatures kind of dove last week, and there wasn't great messaging that was happening across our county, and that's kind of the mayor raised this earlier about kind of county leadership in this regard, but just want to appreciate fire and public works and community development, everybody come together. We ended up opening a warming center at our most recently purchased piece of property. I think we had three individuals take advantage of that at its most, but I just want to, we even had some of our street crews helping and providing supervision to that, given that we were doing that in the morning hours, and so appreciate Mr. Knight and kind of some of our behind-the-scenes staff that were involved in that effort. And then with regards to the police department, just another exceptional job in their crisis negotiators, and really a bad situation this morning that they were able to have a armed individual who, I mean, just, I told Jake, you know, these folks really deserve recognition. So outstanding work last 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Tough situations.
It was, I mean, thank you very much. All right.
I have a couple
Please.
other things if I can. So I was going to say this earlier because Vice Mayor was referring to it, but you said it twice tonight. So first was talking about the Santa Fe Byway, and then you talked about grants. So we found out just at this meeting that we received a Clean California grant for $3.61
Oh, we've
million.
been waiting for that, yeah.
So that's almost 20 million
Oh.
successfully. And there's other grants that have been applied for, which I think are of great prospect to be funded as well. But thought I would tell you that that Rails to Trails improvement project was funded at the full request at $3.61 million.
And those are discussions that happen like through the sustainable corridor and
Right.
all of that.
I don't know how many applications were received.
Right.
There were 150 selected, and Porterville was one of the 150.
Oh,
In
that's
Tulare
great.
County, it was Farmersville and Woodlake as the other communities that were awarded. So there's been a little city manager email chain talking about the awards this evening. Couple of things coming up, Wall of Fame on March 11th at 3 o'clock in Centennial Plaza. And then a couple of rec things. If you have nothing to do on Saturday, at 11 o'clock, the Angels Baseball Club is going to have their opening day ceremonies at Zalad Park at 11 a.m. And then there's going to be a tech ball demonstration at Veterans Park at 2 o'clock. So you can try your bicathlete, I guess that would be experience. Let's see. Unfortunately, Angels baseball is the only baseball you're going to be seeing for a little while.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will go back into closed session. It is 10:13.
No report expected to come out of that.
Thank you.